welcome to our continuing coverage of Super Discord Brothers 6. This is our fourth sitting with this 58 level mega collaboration, all traditional and all in the SMB3 style. And we are now getting into the final worlds. It's World 8, which is called Bowser Badlands, and consists of 6 levels plus a castle. And then after that, there is a World 9 that consists of 9 levels, 1 per each world, I guess. Sort of in keeping with how bonus levels work in games like the NSMB series. But we'll see how much of that we can get through today, because in recent streams we've really just been doing 2 worlds per stream, because occasionally secret hunts and other diversions have taken quite a long time to get through. So even though all of these levels are traditional and have fairly high clear rates, they have been built generally quite large, and each of them has a number of secrets to discover. All of them have 3 10 coins, 1 30 coin, and 1 50 coin, and some of them have some kind of bonus room or bonus screen that is accessible on top of that, sometimes, but not always. So we've been trying to discover everything we can. I have missed a few secrets along the way that I know I definitely didn't find the entrance to, so we're not quite at 100%, and we won't push ourselves too hard to do that. But we are going to discover everything we can about what the makers put in, and if we can get through the rest of SDB6 today, then that'll be great. And if not, well, we'll see what our pace is like as the hours wear on. For reference, this project consists mainly of levels that were launched between September and December last year, although it was officially launched as a whole this January, complete with an interactive map that also has expanded level cards that have long description text that we have been reading along as we go, and each world kind of has a canonical protagonist, although we've really just mainly been playing through as Mario, or indeed whoever our viewers select with their points. And so those who wish to play along using the world map can do so. It has this life tracker, it has this gorgeous layout to it, etc. But we're just going straight down the list, and we're going to do so by way of the code, the profile code that you see on screen, which was put together by FIFO and which you see in the chat currently. So, with that lengthy introduction out of the way, let's get into the first level of Bowser's Badlands, Firewheel Festival by Captain Mono, who returns to us from his previous contribution in World 1. The description reads, every year, in a remote part of Bowser's Badlands, Bowser's Bob-omb squadrons gather to participate in the Firebar Festival, a pleasant break from the monotony of serving in Bowser's army. When Mario shows up uninvited to this year's festivities, the Bob-ombs scramble to put him through his paces. Mario, oblivious to the difference, faces the flames with good cheer. That's assuming that the network cooperates here. There we go. Okay, so that's no moon, it's a space station, perhaps. But we're going to start off with this mushroom. Unfortunately, due to the firebar here, we can't really stay on the white block for long enough to duck into the background for the warp whistle, but that's alright. We'll just lose my mushroom immediately instead on this pile of munchers here, and bop our way up. The bombs, as part of the festival. Now, I wonder what we can break with those. I don't see anything breakable with them yet. But given that we have access to bombs, we will of course be on the lookout for anything that can be manipulated. This looks like there's a potential flight point going up, but we don't have a leaf, so let's check the pipe to see if we can get one. Generally, apart from some of the bonus rooms, all the power-ups in SDB6 are progressive in keeping with a traditional rule set and design principle. There's a pipe here that's not enterable, so I think it's just matching everything else decoratively, but this is the 30 coin room. As I said, every level in this project has 10, 10, 10, 30, 50. Given that we just got a mushroom there, I assume that that might actually have been originally a leaf. If there are obvious secrets that we know we're missing, we'll generally try to replay the levels, which is why we've been taking so long on this traditional set, but we will see what we can get. But this time let's try to do that whole path again and keep our power-ups and see if it is indeed a leaf that awaits me up there. Up we go. Yeah, nowhere to really carry the bombs so far, but we'll keep our eyes peeled for any such opportunities, and of course lose the power up immediately from bouncing too high. Actually, it looks like we're kind of at the top of the screen already. I don't think there is anywhere flyable up top. I was trying to demonstrate this, and we fell to our doom. And let's be careful here. And tread lightly. Hop, hop. Yeah, it totally looks like you should continue, but instead we'll go to the 30 coin room once again, and we did see a 10 ahead of us not long after, so we'll go for that at the first opportunity. And let's see if this is indeed going to be a leaf on the question block that we had spotted not long ago, and indeed, that is what we will get. Let's be careful with it. One end of the fire bar here is much longer than the other, and that's something we should keep in mind. Also that these bombs are being lit up as they come, and we don't want any of them to detonate in our face. Notice, too, that if you do pick up a bomb nice and early, you can throw it towards a 10, and it's a much safer way of potentially obtaining it. Sometimes, though, the bombs are going to come in pretty early here, so let's... let's just let it sweep. If we can do a throw towards it, that would be best. But... just trying to whip these so I can pick one up for a throw, but... hasn't been the best strategy, I don't think. We can't get a throw that high, not from here. Oh. Let's just try to touch it. Nope. The timing has not worked out. Also, I didn't even realize there was a bottomless pit. That's okay. Demean Bro, I'm not playing viewer levels today. This is a time when I typically do week to week, but today we are trying to finish up a massive Super World collaboration that we've been working on all week, so that's kind of taking priority. I do viewer levels on some other streams, so if you have something to show me, hopefully we'll see it on a future stream pretty soon. But thanks for asking. Yeah, it is something we do here pretty often. Just not today, because we do occasionally cover larger community projects. Okay, let's let this light up and see if we can get a better shot at that 10 coin. Again, I was thinking a throw strategy might be best, but... you know what? We can just touch it this way. That's so much easier than whatever it was we were trying before. Okay, we've got an on-off switch here, a mandatory one. This looks like a very notable scroll break location. Immediately obvious that that should be what you do. That middle pipe there might be something, but I don't want to check it yet. I would rather... actually, I can't tell the difference between a required path and an optional path here. This might be an alternate path. No, it's not. But it looks like we'll have to go forward, maybe do a state switch and then double back. That would be my first assumption. Here's the fire wheel that we were warned about in the Fire Wheel Festival. And we've got a 10 coin on that side, but that's because the advanced challenge is to pass over to the right, which we can do rather easily with the use of that donut block. So that's 2 of the 10s accounted for. as we hit the flag. And this looks like another alternate exit, probably from that state switch back there. Although that makes me wonder if we need to do some kind of big backtrack, and how we would do so, because yeah, we saw no opportunity to really toggle that switch, and this looks like we're going to be well past that point. Alright, this looks like it's going to be a P-door that drops in from somewhere else. That's interesting. That there's an alternate route to come here, so we'll play more of the level and try to explore more of it to see which routes we're missing, because we're clearly missing quite a bit. Let's scroll break it. I wonder if there's anything down here with that scroll break that becomes relevant, but it seems not. Anything? Nope. But we'll come down. Check pipes as usual. Oh, if you escort a bomb all the way over here, you can break that pipe. But that's a bit of a longer way through. We needed to take a bomb all the way here, it seems. Or float a bomb all the way here, which we might still be able to do. No, we can't. Not from this vantage. So we'll need to find another bomb that we can bring back here, because I guess the idea is that you float a bomb all the way here from the other side, but we've seen no opportunity to do so, so we might have just missed that. But that's another secret to check for, I guess, on future attempts, because on the other hand, no, we can float one of these bombs up. We would need to jump on one and then catch the next. We took a great deal of damage there, but yeah, this would be the easiest way to access that. We toss from this point, and we'll see what this opens up. 50 coin, as expected. I wonder if we get a POW, or perhaps the bomb will drop it for us. It will. Great. But then we need something to break some of this. No, maybe not. I don't think we can reach anything here in terms of being able to actually catch a bomb. Now, the interesting thing would have been if you take a bomb from the previous room. So after you break the hard blocks, you actually might have a chance to take a second bomb. No, you actually have to jump through a certain area to blow that pipe, right? I'm thinking about how you could potentially open that gate up and smuggle an additional bomb in here. When you smuggle an additional bomb in here, you could go into one of these areas, and that's potentially a lock, actually. It looks like it could very well lock the player unless there's an escape up above. I want to try that after we clear the level, because I want to see if we can break it that way. You kind of have to sort of know it's coming in advance and take an extra bomb with you. But I feel like it is possible. And that we could, in fact, do it. But we have accounted for all of the coins at this point. 3 10s, a 50, and a 30. And you never know. Maybe it's not a lock, maybe it's some kind of super secret that was accounted for. Which is always nice to see when it does happen. We'll check some of this in there. So we never saw what was going on with that on-off state switch. That was very early on. Nor do we see what was going on here, but we'll take the exit and we will go back to see, first of all, if I can pop that potential lock that we might have found. And secondly, well, once we register to clear, oops, uh-oh. Well, that's okay, because it just means we need to replay this anyway, so hopefully we talk to Nintendo servers properly here. That's okay, it just means we need to clear it again, which we will. Yeah, we have rampant network problems sometimes, which is just with my Switch, not with anything else here. Let me see if I can reduce some of the interference that we might have from other devices in our vicinity. Descriptive is, so I think it's because, so I have my Switch on Wi-Fi right now, not on Ethernet because I don't have a cable for it, and I found that it has really struggled lately with a lot of things. I had rampant disconnection issues and other things like Splatoon. Give you a moment here. Let me see if I can do something with my network, and we'll try to fix this up. It was working at the beginning of the stream in terms of levels loading properly, but I've really had tons of connection issues with it lately, and it seems to be something local to me, where my Switch is just having trouble talking to Nintendo servers. So if this persists, I may have to just reboot my Switch or something, so we're going to try that. Just give me one moment, and we will see if we can improve the Wi-Fi situation here. If it is that, I have to check a couple of different settings to see what's going on here. So yeah, just give me a moment. We'll fix up the Wi-Fi and see if we can get things going. Like I said, I want to replay that level anyway. We found every coin, but there are a few things that were unaccounted for in terms of on-off switch areas that we didn't see or whatever. I may just have to restart my Switch, to be honest. Let's quickly do that. And we'll have to load back into Mario Maker, so give me one moment. And we'll be back in a minute. So yeah, it looks like network is absolutely fine from my streaming and PC side. It's just that the Switch has been having tons of trouble. So let me just see if I can get back into the Maker servers, and we'll bring it up. As soon as we get back into the main screen, so. And we'll, of course, take off the technical hiccup card in just a moment, once I have an opportunity to load in to the course world. Okay, looks like we connected right away, so that seems to have fixed it momentarily, as long as things load relatively quickly. And like I said, we'll just get in there and clear that one again. And possibly deliberately softlock ourselves again, but, you know, we'll worry about that in a moment. So the level data is loading well. The fact that thumbnails are slow is usually a bit of a concern, but it also is because this is a lengthy list and it does load top to bottom. So let's let the thumbnails load first, just to make sure we don't have issues with that. And we'll get back in. So yeah, as you can see, it didn't register to clear because I was disconnected at the point of completing the level. So this time we don't need to be quite as exhaustive about some of the optional content, because we have seen all of the coins at this point. I want to see what that on-off switch or on-off gate coming down the vertical pipe in the first subworld transition, what that's about. I also didn't see this part of the level at all because we just didn't enter it. So all this on this side is new to me because it's not part of the bonus path. And oh, I see, it actually just shortcuts to here, skipping the 30 coin segment. So all you miss is the 30 coin for that, actually. If you do it this way, you still get the leaf and everything. We're not messing with this. Oh, you know what? That was fancy. Look at that. A fancy way of getting that 10 coin just with a tail whip. Much better than the previous method, in fact. So, oh, I see. It's just a coin shower. That's all it is. It's a coin shower that happens once, and it's a purely cosmetic thing by the looks of it. It gives you some coins for getting here, but there's nothing else that's going on with that. Now, I hope we didn't need a leaf. I know we get another leaf coming pretty soon. Oh. And we've seen the 10-point area to the right previously, so we'll skip that. I just want to try the bomb segment past this point. We know this is a leaf. And we'll get through this door. So pretty simple level when you just play through it top to bottom. But of course the exploration is where the action is at. Yeah, so there's no bomb coming to the right from here. So, whoops, come on, get away. Missed it. Missed that too. Come on. Missing everything. Okay, that's getting a little rough here. Yeah, because I was thinking previously, oh, what if we just escort a flying bomb all the way to the right? Well, that's because there is none at the height that is required. So we will, in fact, need to break this the way we did it before. But yeah, clearly what you can do is you can break this and take a second bomb in and potentially lock yourself. Unless it is some kind of super secret path, I feel like that is actually a soft lock waiting to happen, and I want to see it. Just to see if it is the case. So we do need to jump on one bomb first and then get a second, but we're going to break the hard blocks there and we'll take a second bomb into the pipe with us. That's the thing we're going to do. I'm kind of hoping it isn't a soft lock because as fun as it is to discover that stuff, I mean, you know, as a bonus room thing that you really had to go out of your way to do, I don't know if the makers will necessarily re-upload for that, but it would be a great inconvenience to things like the playlist profile and so on. So let's say we take a bomb through here. Let's just say we shove it here. Can we break that? I bet we can. So now we find out, is this a soft lock? It is not, actually. Oh, yes it is. But you get coins over here, but no, there's no way down. It totally is a soft lock. Interestingly enough, you can toggle an on-off switch up top, which I wonder if that is, in fact, reachable. Oh, of course it is, because you can fly up there with the leaf. And so, yeah, this is a soft lock, but I wonder if anybody commented on it. Nobody did, but you can see by soft locking yourself here that you can, in fact, fly up there with a leaf and hit an on-off switch for some additional bonus coming out. So what we'll do is we will... Yeah, the thing is, you can't even hit yourself with anything. I guess, yeah, so it's not exactly a soft lock of the sort where you need to wait out the timer. And you can take a death and go back to checkpoint. So it's not, you know, the worst kind of soft lock, but it is a lock. Like, you do have to die to continue, so it is an SD lock. But in order to get that, you would need this to be a leaf. So we will need to start over and bring a leaf into that room, unless we get a leaf between here and that location. Which I don't think we do. So I think we'll start over to bring a leaf into that room and fly. Let's just do it. And then we'll get clear after that. So yeah, it's a lock, but I'm not sure it's critical enough as an edge case that it will be patched or anything with a re-upload. But it does seem like the kind of thing where, you know, it would not have stood if somebody had in fact found it through playtesting. You just wouldn't have hard blocks there without some kind of additional obstruction to control it. But yeah, you kind of have to go out of your way to do it. We did tail whip to grab the 10 coin earlier. I feel like I've had my fill of being stylish in that spot, so let's just continue and grab this and throw. And then, yeah, we'll just speed back to that location, and then we'll see what happens when we press the on-off switch in that area. Oh, hang on. No, that's okay. Oh, no, that's not okay. I was just about to say that's okay because we can still get a leaf past this point, but now we can't. Yes, we can, because we have the checkpoint. A Nintendo-style checkpoint, which will get us to leave. So, never mind. We're fine. We're perfectly okay. toss accurately this time. And then we have to keep the leaf out of this segment once we open up the bomb spot there, so. Let's jump over here, and then we will grab that bomb for opening the bonus room. And then we're going to fly here up to the switch. It's such an obvious flight location, I didn't even think about it previously. Probably because we didn't have a power-up the last time I was here. Nope, we need to be pretty careful about this so we actually get enough P-speed at the appropriate location. Okay, there we go. Now we pop this. So you get coins off of this, and you also eliminate the bombs, but then what else do you get past this point? We can only continue here. So we'll find out. So surely it doesn't just affect that room, right? Maybe it gives you some other bonus at the end. Can't quite tell. But we don't see currently anything that the switch actually affects. It might affect something with the ending, for all we know. We haven't looked at more info to see if there's anything else there. But let's get through and see if the ending screen is at all affected. It isn't. So the state switch there, I think it's just there to give you something to tap in a satisfying manner as you, oh, you know what, let's fly up in this area and see what happens. Because I didn't see that actually open up anything else. It just eliminates the blasters on the way down. Or eliminates, oh, here's something. Anything? Mushroom? Coins, okay, we'll take it. One up mushroom, rather. More coins? There we go. Sure took its time with that. Okay, so you do get a little bonus for flying up here, but nothing specifically for hitting those on-off switches other than just disabling the cannons on the way down, so. That's it for the first one. So hopefully this will finally register to clear, given the issue we had earlier. And let's continue. Switched Up Sewer by Kirby's Adventure, who also returns from earlier in this project. After passing through the Firewheel Festival, Mario escapes into the Badlands sewer system. He is puzzled by the lack of a clear path forward until he enters a strange blue pipe. I guess it is possible if you destroy the bomb slot and then you hit the on-off switch to destroy the blasters in that 50 coin room we saw in the last level, then you get into the soft lock location. Then that actually is a soft lock because then you would have no more bombs available to take damage. Oh, let's take this hammer. I feel like it wasn't supposed to come down here so soon, but we'll try to get it out of the way. These guys are always such a nuisance to deal with, but there we go. I feel like it jumped from a totally different part of the level that we're not supposed to see yet, but maybe it's also there as a surprise. Interesting. Anyway, here's that blue pipe we heard about in the level description. And, oh, I see. So it's a gravity change level, and then... Ah, because this is like a crate that moves from the bottom to the top, kind of like in Majora's Mask's Stone Tower. Or in any number of Galaxy-inspired levels, like in some of the Captain Toad sequences, perhaps. In 3D World and Treasure Tracker. So yeah, and then it's purely a gravity flip level. And then you see this crate is going to fall down when we reverse again. So, and then this hammer placement, whoops, is just matching what it would have been placed in the main world as well, in the right side up sequence. So yeah, this is, whoops, purely a gravity flip concept by the looks of it, but, you know, simulating some of the object drops and such as well, so. Well, let's get over here and go down. Yeah, I like how visually this hard block crate here makes the rule set of this concept immediately clear. And then, you know, we should have actually hit that question block because it gave us a mushroom in the first room and we just straight up missed it here, when it was actually fairly likely to give us a power up. I wonder if I just missed it last time too. Of course, our intuitive sense of game physics in upside down layouts is going to leave much to be desired. I feel like we could have been able to fly up to the bottom track there with the leaf had we obtained one, but probably we're just going to do another flip and then work our way down to that passage. So yeah, just one of those two-state levels. We saw a two-state level, you know, of the sort where the subworld and main world are meant to be two sides of the same coin. We saw one of those in one of the previous worlds as well. Very popular format for traditional in particular. And we'll come over here and see if anything is new. There is a 10 coin. And this was just a hammer location. Yeah, so this hammer just dropped all the way down the first attempt that we made in this room. Anything? Oh, yep. Come on. Get out of here. Fine, we'll leave it. Fire flower, we got one of those, and then muncher down below. So yeah, it looks like when we flip, then this would close this gate here, right? And then... oh, that's something. But then that 10 coin, I think we would have to reverse. It's not there to be collected, it's there to show that it's collectible once you flip, I'm pretty sure. Unless, of course, we're supposed to have a leaf, but then we have fire flowers as the progressive power-up, so possibly not. So this will be the gravity pipe, and then we'll see how things change. And we will definitely check that location. Anything going to come out? Not by the looks of it. So the idea is that we know this is a safe drop because of how it works. Oh, except it blocks that 10 coin, so maybe we have to flip another pipe and then come back up here. Oh, nope. We made a mess of that. Wonder if we can backtrack through here somehow to do it. Yeah, okay, so the coins do not match across rooms. They are only available in the room where you see them, so we missed both the 10 and the 30. For the 30, we would have needed to do a crouch jump that was much more successful to come across here. But for the 10, we can come back this way, which means we can loop back around to take another shot at that 30. And that seems to be the right way to do it. So yeah, the munchers only appear on one end at a time, for whatever reason. So, okay. So, crouch jumping while upside down is a slight muscle memory problem, but we managed. And then let's pop through here. Okay, and then we'll just continue going down. There was a little graphical element that we peeked into on the other side that matches the flag on this side, like a signpost with an arrow. And let's see what this gives us. Another gravity pipe over here. We'll figure out which way to go past that point. Oh, better drop on top of that accurately. And that. And for that matter, that. But then let's see where we can proceed. Because this drops down this way. Oh, we missed the 10. But if we can kind of loop back afterwards, then maybe we can do something there. I have to proceed slowly because, again, muscle memory is a massive problem for upside down play. In terms of just estimating distances and button presses. And so this would do a flip on this side, but let's continue here first just to see what's going on. Just a crate, okay. So let's see if we can double back to grab that 10. Might not be able to, but let's try to get a jump on the Goom, and we'll see if that gives us the height to reverse, and it will. We'll do that instead of continuing. So I like that this level is built around this flexibility that allows you to go back and forth. Well, up to a point, and now we're going to hit the muncher and invalidate that thesis immediately after we stated it. So yeah, we just missed that 10, unfortunately. So we won't have a way to go back due to that muncher. It seemed like we had to kind of guess at its position, that's the only thing. We might go back for it, we'll do another run, perhaps, to complete it, since it's an easy one to see. And... oh, missed it completely. And because the hammer is down here, of course, that's something that we need to bob accurately, and then not really going to get up here with what we have available to jump on. So we will have to fall in this way. Again, have to proceed somewhat carefully here when going upside down. And that's not reachable when I'm short, but it totally is reachable when I'm tall. But we're going to fall towards it on the other side regardless. We know we missed a 10, and we'll see if somewhere along the way there's a 50 to look at as well. We should try to drop in there to proceed, but actually, yeah, let's do that. This just goes back down this way, and we got sniped. So I think there is something there probably that we haven't looked at yet. But we're going to be sent way back on a checkpoint, so we will have another shot at that 10, I think. Once we come down here, we'll just take a different path. Won't have the flower to help us this time, but that's okay. So we go down here, and yeah, there's the 10. It's very easily accessible as long as you don't run straight into the piranha. Nope, totally missed that one. We'll drop on it in this location, and then we'll just drop onto 10. And the spawn timing on the pipes in Mario Maker generally will do that kind of thing to you. Rather unfortunate that it does. Yeah, one moment, just need to fix something on my Z display. There we go. And yeah, we got to 10, we've proven that we can get it. Let's continue and just do more of the level. I suspect the route that we died in much further along earlier might in fact have been 50 since it's optional and out of the way and involves spikes. Surely we can reason our way to that. Whoa. And then we'll just make our way through here. So yeah, we can bounce up there. We can also check this location because we didn't previously. And we can determine if that's a side path or main path, but... okay, that looks like a path that we had double back from previously. Ah, yes, okay, so because this lets you backtrack if you take this goom. And I think we had explored this and determined that there's nothing else I can do here. But, right, because it's just a 1-up at the end of that passage. I think we reached that 1-up in the Muncher and determined that there was nothing else past that point. There probably are well-placed speed routes all over this if you dare in the night theme. Whoops. But of course you will need to watch your height. Or, in the upside down theme, your depth. Down we go. And let's see what we can do here. Oh. So yeah, again, we saw the 10, so let's, again, just be cautious about green pipes because piranhas will creep their way out on a fairly regular basis. And, oh, once again, just the height estimation on playing upside down is going to throw us off from time to time. Very similar to how easily one gets thrown off just going right to left in a Mario game because, you know, you have so much memory for how jumps should feel when you were going left or right that suddenly doesn't apply, and again we just got sniped by piranhas everywhere. Yeah, we'd seen that previously, and that was the extent of it. Let's not get hit by the hammer if we can avoid it, and we did not, in fact, avoid it. And let's head back. We've got a pretty straightforward path through here at this point. It's just that we can run into a lot of piranhas rather carelessly if we aren't watching our step, like right there, for instance. Once again, just the estimate of how full your jump needs to be upside down, catching us off guard. Okay, got that guy, although it doesn't mean we missed a bounce up to the top level there. That's okay, not a big deal. We can just retrace this way, and there is an additional mushroom here that we already know about from previous experience. And skip over that piranha, and oh, I wonder if there was anything on the top pipe that we could have reached, but I think it was just slightly out of the way. So here we knew previously, oh, no power up, but that it is quite possible, well, we're not making it up this way, but it actually would have been possible to jump on a Goomba to get up here. We should do it. We should try to retrace. Well, assuming that this is nothing over here. Yeah, because we had seen this segment previously and gone down that pipe, but I want to just continue this way to see what we're able to do here. I think we've missed our opportunity, though. But that's clearly something we should be checking. That's okay. If we see the 50 accounted for in a different location, then that'll be that. I do see in the bottom right, that's close to where the ending will be. Very Maker 1 style layout in some ways, just very continuous, not just blocked off by scroll stock. And we know that we had previously come through here. And that's when we were playing here, upside down, that was a spot worth exploring. So let's just retrace and figure that out. As we've been saying throughout STB6, particularly in some of the later worlds, the scope of a lot of the levels has been really quite satisfying to behold, that all of these makers just decided to go big. And it's nice to have some of that really spacious play. Come back to Mario Maker, much more popular in 1 than in 2 for a whole host of reasons. What kind of progressive power-up will this be? This will be a flower, which we almost nearly lost immediately. This time let's try to retrace to the left here and see... Oh, no. I was trying to jump on top of that guy to bounce up here, but I guess we lost that opportunity immediately. Too bad, because I feel like it's possible to get up there, but we basically missed our shot. And unfortunately, I don't think we can get back yet, but maybe if we double back there in the right side up area, then we can just redo this part of the loop and try to go for it that way. So the idea I had in mind was to go back over to that area in right side upland and just backtrack as far as we can back to here. That allows us to re-enter and have a second shot at this Goomba location. If the Goomba would like to come over when the Piranha Plant is not also here, and then, yeah, there we go. And we'll see if we can actually make it across once the hammer gets out of the way. Nope, it's not going to get out of the way. I wanted to take a dive away from there so we can actually do a jump. Oh, no. Oh, that totally is a coin, yeah. That absolutely is the 50. Now, unfortunately, we would need to retrace all the way to the blue pipe to see it. But we can do that. We know the sequence to do so, we'll just try not to lose power-ups on the way. But we know exactly how that's going to function. But yeah, you do need just a good series of upside-down jumps to get over there. Definitely you need to stomp on this first Goomba. Goomrat, as it were. Let's forget which ones are the Goomrats and which ones are the Goombuds, but let's watch this guy. And we kind of need to do, once again, a crouch jump. Not that much of a crouch jump. You see, you have to do a lower crouch jump. That's the thing, is that you have to do something quite exact there to get across if you are tall. And it has to be a controlled jump. You can't do a full jump there because you gain way too much height. Yeah, as I suspected, that is in fact a secret location. And we'll just work our way backwards to get it. I like that you do get multiple attempts at this if you understand the way the level is put together and how to traverse the overall layout. And we'll go Goomba first, and then we need a controlled jump, a smaller jump, to get through here. We need the hammer to just move out first. Actually, maybe you could just wrap around the top here. No, we need to get to that crate. Otherwise... There we go. There we go, and there's the 20 coin, rather the 50 coin upside down. If my arithmetic is correct. And... yeah, we got a 50, now we just continue. Once we totally get smoked by the... oh, yeah, got smoked by this. That's okay, that was proof of concept achieved. And we'll continue through the level this way. So yeah, I believe that's actually all coins accounted for, unless I miscounted the 10s or something. So this way just brings you back, so this is the way forward here. Oh. Only to get caught. That's okay. We will speed past a lot of the things we had already seen when it comes to bonus coins, and just try to progress further to places we have not yet witnessed. And try to preserve power-up so we can get that flower. So again, nice full jumps over here. Oh, that was not great. But we do know another mushroom is coming pretty shortly. Let's just get this guy out of the way first. Okay, hug the pipe to disable the piranha, and then we'll do that. Okay, now we reverse and then do that lower loop, I think. Yeah, because path to the left is to the 50 coin, we're just going to skip that this time around and take this segment here. Now, notably, when you drop down here... No, we just need to continue down below. We're pretty close to the goal in the bottom right, so we know that's going to be where to go. Oh, no, once again, I feel like we've been sniped by that guy several times now. And then, here's the goal. I think we caught everything. And this is just a bit of an aesthetic connection point to the next level, so... Let's grab the card. Have to grab enough of those matching cards for the Arcade Mario Brothers Battle Mode, of course. And like I said, I think we did get everything. Alright, next. Bossman. Bossman's really been a staple of the Maker scene since Maker 1. Known mostly for music levels, actually. He's somebody who specialized in a lot of music auto-scrollers in the past. Had a very prolific output in 1 and was also a part of a number of community projects in 2. I believe he made some music levels for some of the earlier YMM editions, for instance. But Bossman here is essentially coming out of retirement, I think. It's been a long time since I last saw him upload. Not that long, actually. We did see Beatlemania earlier in the year, as you can see. But prior to that, it was about a 4-year absence. But makers do come and go. And like many other people involved in this project, he came out of retirement and gave us Lava Snake Lake. The description reads, a new species has been discovered. Enter the lava snake, a creature of variable size that thrives in warm climates. An anonymous architect flooded their castle with lava, as is popular nowadays, and accidentally started an infestation. They'd like to exterminate the snakes, but Mario's been sent in first to do an ecological study. In all likelihood, the lava snakes will not be allowed to be disturbed. They're a rare species, after all. I think I actually saw an early playtest of this on Gritofi's stream months ago, but I don't remember it, so let's play it fresh and try to grab everything we can. And it is an auto-scroller, which means we can expect a lot of tightly controlled spectacle. Oh. Nope, gonna miss that, fortunately. Safe spot over here, but might make sense to just progress forward this way instead. I was essentially doing a bit of a hitbox test there. Can we actually safely get on the bones? No, we can't when it's overlapping. So that's not worth a try so much. Maker's Cook, good morning to you as well. Oh, here's a coin. And we'll take a hit because my timing was poor, but it was clearly meant to be a jump to the left to get out of there, so... Yeah, I've only found one lock today so far. I guess Cook, so things are off to a pretty good start. In general, the levels here are very well playtested. I just tend to break stuff. And yeah, you can sort of duck under to safety locations, but I think the auto-scroll starts to outpace you for those. I feel like we should have jumped on top of that one to get on top of the semi-solid we see up there, but missed that opportunity just by whipping it. We'll check in more info later if points are unaccounted for, perhaps. But maybe we were supposed to jump on top of that to do that a bit better. Oh, 10 coin over here. And then that's easy enough, but unfortunately we will lose the leaf in this location. We'll get a leaf in this location. And we will not lose a leaf immediately, but that will of course be a threat. 50 coin. That's okay, we'll get it. Sloppy way. Oh, no, hang on. I didn't mean to slip off there. I was just trying to move the camera a little bit. This is 8-3 currently. We just started World 8 today, with the intention of just doing 8 and 9 today, if we can finish it. It is a bigger level set than some of the other pairs of worlds, and of course, you have to account for anything escalating with length, difficulty, or just the biggest thing that has taken up time for us, which is how well are these secrets buried. Oh, hang on. So we were pretty successful in this section previously. Picked up every bonus I saw. I don't know if we've seen the 30. I feel like we've seen all 10s end to 50. Very entity-heavy kind of concept, as you can see. And then, yeah, we will not have the leaf available on this run, or in fact, the mushroom either, but 50 was pretty accessible. It just needs to do it cleanly without too much damage, and then we'll get into this little hidey hole here. This is just a track drop from up top. So this was what I was trying to check earlier. It's just taking a peek at the camera and move it up. But it looks like we'll just get out this way. That's the axe already. Wow, that was quick. I think we found everything. That was really quick, actually. I mean, like I said, very, very entity-heavy concept. Oh, except I wanted to check more info to see if we needed to hop off the big dry bones in the first section, because that was a spot where I whipped it out of the way and realized I should have checked above it. I mean, we don't need to spoil ourselves for it necessarily, we can just replay the level, but I just want to see a top of the first section. Big dry bones. No, there's nothing up there. So we were okay to whip it. So yeah, very breezy one here. And I don't know if there's anything that we might have missed. I kind of see something that's like an empty space in the top right corner of the layout. I don't know if that would have been a hidden bonus room or something, but I don't believe so. And there's nothing that you can really reach with the leaf if you keep it to the end. So yeah, I don't remember if we saw the 30 coin. I think we did, but I can't recall. But that was really breezy, actually, relative to some of the other things we've seen so far. Probably because, you know, being a straightforward auto-scroller, we didn't need to do a lot of backtracking or exploration to find everything. So let's get on to Tower of the Heavens. And this is by King, or SP King, who's also held a couple of the records that we've seen so far. And it also returns from a level that was previously contributed to World 3, the Pyramid level with all the spike ball destruction. Tower of the Heavens. In a tower that climbs so high that gravity becomes meaningless, piranha plants grow unrestricted. Far from being a natural occurrence, this infestation has been engineered by Bowser Jr. Whatever his nefarious intentions, Mario is determined to stop it by drowning the tower in lava and roasting each and every evil plant, even if he risks burning himself. Okay, let's set things on fire. Okay, so, Night Castle. Beautiful recreation of the tile set in the finale of SMB3, but only usable with the Night Castle swimming theme, which is why it's so rarely seen for something that's quite lovely. So yeah, you do have to race against the rising lava level, but we will do that and still have enough room to work with here to grab the 10. And the camera control is entirely up to the player, so basically, you know, you go as fast as you can and hope for the best. And because you can outpace the scroll by as much as you want, really. Frog Suit will allow us to pilot even faster, more accurately, until we lose it, of course. From over-boosting with it, which is a common mistake with both this and the P-Balloon. And unfortunately, with the frog being lost, I wonder if that would create some kind of pacing issue later on for reaching any of the additional coins. If it does, and if it turns out we need a much faster swim later in the level, we will of course go back and redo it. Okay. And then we'll open that gate. This is going to shift here. Could have done some of it faster, but it's fine. And we'll lose the frog to a crush, which is too bad. So yeah, I wonder if we will have enough speed for collecting everything. We'll dip down to the 30 in just a moment here and get out before the crush. $50 is potentially in doubt, but... So yeah, this safe spot here, very well signaled. And nothing that we can see down there, unless we've just been outpaced by the lava by so much. So we haven't seen the 50, but possibly it was already covered in lava by the time we got to it or something. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for it. If we're missing it, then we'll go back for it in the obvious segment, because I feel like we have a bonus objective somewhere for swimming just a lot faster. We want to use the shells to hit Junior down below, rather obviously, but we need to survive the phase transition as well once he gets popped up here. That's going to be 2 hits, and we need to not get hit by the spikes. So let's do that again. That was definitely a bit of a risk factor. I wasn't thinking about how he'd get loaded into the clown car for one phase here. But it's a really neat mechanism for making that work. That you have the clown car there, and it's when you bop him out of the cloud that the shell pattern naturally loads him into the center, and it's a very nice touch. And we are missing the 50, so we'll redo it, because I think it was clearly the swimming segment where you need to outpace to the bottom left. I think that was pretty obviously what is going on here. I did not see the 50, but I think because the lava level had just bypassed us by that point and foreclosed the possibility of witnessing it. So we will need to keep the frog for sure. We need that swim speed, I think. And we don't need to dip into as much of the other things like the 30s and the like, because we've seen all this stuff. Kind of reminds me of how in Mario Wonder, in the special level where you step to the beat, I think, which I never had trouble with, but it's more that, I think, remember the coin collection for it, I didn't actually get all the coins in one single unbroken run. All of the 10 coins in that one. And it was actually kind of a noticeable flaw in Wonder, I think, that it doesn't have any kind of protection against just taking a death into an optional collectible, which was also a problem introduced in the Switch port of 3D World with the green stars. And how they persist after death, even if you didn't land with them safely. In general, when it comes to optional collectibles, I'm much more partial to design where the player does have to make it to safety. That's something we've been talking about lately with Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, because it does in fact do that, much like games like Rayman Legends, because it shares a developer with Rayman Legends, and indeed with Celeste. And Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown does that very well, where, again, for optional collectibles, you have to actually make it out alive. Nope, lost a frog. I feel like... Oh, there's a second opportunity for a frog so long as it doesn't get crushed, though. So... we'll see what the pacing is like, because, again, I'm pretty sure that the 50 coin will be along that dip that we see later. If there's a 30, we get out alive, and then go down. Okay, and then we just go all the way through here. I feel like we go below at this point. And yeah, as expected, there's the 50. Now let's get out alive, and let's finish the level this way. I said, let's get out alive. And we'll just do the fight again, since we're here anyhow. And so yeah, that's all coins accounted for. Very clear location for the 50 once again, so... And yeah, really lovely phase transition that is done with the placement over here. We really should stop just jumping him like that. But we can do it. And get out safely after the fact to the big finish. Okay, that was rather breezy. Let's move on to the next one. Thank you for the GG, Agus Cook. 8-5, Crushing Corridors. A client isn't too happy with the way their building project has been going, so they've sent in Mario to do an inspection. The builders aren't pleased about having their work questioned, though. They've activated all the castle's traps, and what's worse, they keep throwing hammers at him. How rude. I always hear that in the voice of Jar Jar Binks, you know, how wooed. Anyway, we were just talking about how King has a couple of the records on the project currently. Not many clears on these, but I'm sure that's been well optimized, perhaps. Let's take a look at this contribution here from Mega36, also known as Mega Man 36. Oops. Okay, let's grab the mushroom here. And it goes rather smoothly, actually, with the skewer timing, which is nice. This is an obvious flight location. I said it's an obvious flight location, but I guess we could take off here as well if you really want to get that warp whistle. There we go, that's enough. And it's nothing. Okay, might as well wait this one out here. Oh, scan. Nope, too close. That's okay, we'll just push forward too hard and lose everything. I wonder if there's something on the top corner here. It feels like it's flyable. But we'll have to, again, just mentally track our goings and check. This looks like it should be a power-up. Punch, punch, punch. Also, yeah, it looks like whatever secret is here is going to be tucked behind 5 pink coins, unless that's part of a required segment later on, which is also possible. Oops. 30 coin down there, looks like we'll have to let the skewer break the hard blocks and then drop down there to jump on top of the big dry bones. You want to do it safely and damageless to grab the 30. So we should be on the lookout for pink coins all the while. Although again, they might just be part of a required segment later in the layout. Kind of wonder about some of these open ceilings too, in case we have a reason to backtrack here with flight. Oh, that was sloppy. And yeah, let's be careful. Mentally mark out some of those Potobu columns. This will be a mushroom because we are no longer powered up. Ooh, star, okay. Yeah, we'll take it. Let's run. Way smoother if you do it this way, in fact. But again, we will not see whatever is on the top corner of that layout, if there is anything. One thing I really would enjoy receiving for Future Maker 3 is being able to have progressive stars, as in stars that are coin blocks if you are not already in a star state. Obviously, there's massive, you know, bad design potential or troll potential with that, but it feels like having the mechanic of chaining stars into each other is something that is so satisfying in a lot of traditional Mario layouts that would be a fun thing to have. Oh, bad timing, but we can get out, which is the important thing. In general, I'm of the view in Mario Maker that bad design potential is not a good reason to not have a tool. That everything has bad design potential. Everything can lead to something terrible. So yeah, we need to hide under the crates, of course, and we won't think too much about how much logical sense that makes in the physical space that we have. This oddly reminds me of the tidal wave level in Donkey Kong Country Returns, recently remastered. Tidal Terror, where you just shield yourself against each of these, and oh, we'll need to do that again before the... Well, okay, the bones will just get out of the way, that's fine too. Obviously, with a leaf, it's much easier to float towards that. With an edge jump, I think we also catch that a little more easily. That's too risky. Let's slow it down a bit. Okay, then pop that, and before the wake up happens, notice that because it is entirely a player-controlled camera, that there is going to be a bit of staggering that happens with the skewer timings relative to each other. And so there is going to be a little bit of variance between attempts, and that is dependent on our camera's progress. So we need to keep that in mind. And yeah, much easier to grab some of the later coins if you grab them before the skewers break absolutely everything along your path. We'll just take it slowly here and not jump into the skewers directly too much. Oh, look at that, how convenient that all the bones are just gone. Yeah, so this bit here, tricky if you're slow, but endpoint should still be reachable if we come up this way. And then we'll go this way, and yeah, is, as suspected, a required coin collection. So that accounts for that. Now we need to deal with the most fearsome enemy in SMB1 and not much less deadly here in SMB3. Speaking of an eventual Maker 3, certainly Boomerang Bros, Fire Bros, they're still up for grabs. And... Oop. Yeah, we need just a much better jump towards that upward arc towards the next crate, I think, is the best way to proceed. Or just do that a little bit faster before everything comes down. Like that. It's actually the next one that is the trickier lower jump that we need to do. Whoop, there we go. And let's not die immediately to the hammers past that point. Nope. We died immediately to the hammers past that point. Don't think we missed anything optional so far, but again, there was the top right corner in the first segment that was a bit of a question mark because it was wide open and flight was quite possible. But other than that, and yeah, that'll get chopped, which is good for us. Okay, let's maybe proceed a little more cautiously this time. Oh, he's going to be way up there. That's fine, we'll just pop him. Makes things easier for me, in fact, in some ways. Oh, and then we have the stun lock, potentially, that comes from the sledges, but we'll get chopped by the skewer instead. I believe that it counts for all 10s once we do collect that. Because this was already a second one here, I think. Or rather, there was the other 10 that was in this segment. So yeah, I think we're just missing 50 potentially when it comes to the optional ones. And let's just let that proceed this way, and then, yeah, 10 over there. Then we'll grab that and, I was about to say go, but I suppose we'll run into a hard stop there instead. So yeah, definitely going to be a slightly different experience every time in this room. But if we kind of grab the coins 2 at a time, it's actually comparatively smooth. We've grabbed that 10 before, we're fine with it. So, yeah, having accounted for all those coins, and the one that's coming up past the sledges here, I think it's just a 50 that's still unseen. But, again, the stun lock is a bigger problem than the actual hammers here, well, most of the time. Let's just not get chopped by that, and then we will grab this and exit. Okay, this looks like it's the ending already, so I wonder if we did see everything. I think I missed something. Can we actually get past this point? I feel like we might have missed something. Again, the flight potential in the first room is the main thing I'm thinking about. King proclaimed, welcome. And Gratavi, welcome as well. Yeah, King, we just finished yours right before this, as you might know from the sequence, so if you back up a bit into VOD, you'll see it. And so I think we did miss something there. I think we missed the flight in the first segment, if there is some. Oh, there totally is some. Exactly where I thought, in fact. Well, a little bit to the left of where I thought, but yeah, that's it. I was looking for a flight point, and that's exactly where it is, so. Bit of a spoiler there, but I already knew I was going to check that spot, so. And yeah, I always cut something permanent under Twitch highlights that doesn't just expire and disappear forever. So we will have a fully recorded playthrough of SDB6. Gratafi, I did find one lock today, by the way. It's not too serious. Like, you can SD into it. Well, I mean, there is a contrived way to make it an actual soft lock, but it's pretty contrived. It was the bonus room in, whoops, 8-1, I believe. I want to say 1. Yeah, 8-1. It was the 50 coin room in 8-1. It's possible to smuggle an extra bomb in there and get yourself above a semi-solid. And it's pretty easy to do, in fact. But if you want to turn it from an SD lock into a soft lock, it's a bit more contrived. You have to fly up, hit the on-off switch, take out the blasters that spawn bombs, and then get into the soft lock spot, because then you can't even die there. But you would really, really have to try to soft lock yourself to do that, of course. So, I don't know if it's serious enough to be patchable. Like I said, you kind of have to go out of your way to do it, but... Because what it was you would just break the entry pipe to the 50 coin room with one bomb, and you just take a second bomb in with you, which is really easy to do. So yeah, okay, so we're going to take the leaf later. We already tried flying here and there was nothing. Oh, there's a star here though. We should go for the star so we can just breeze through the rest of that. Which means we need to do a bit of flight here too. Get that, because now I totally blew it, or we can just whip it. There we go. And here we are, 50 coin. That's done. And I think that accounts for everything here, so I don't know if we'll play through it for the second clear necessarily. It's such a quick level. Let's just play, and if we die, we die. We'll just exit. Oops. Already making a mess of it. But yeah, we'll just play through. And we picked up to 30 previously, so... We didn't pick it up safely, mind you. So we can try to pick it up safely. Well, somewhat. Not entirely. And yeah, that 10 there we've accounted for, as well as a 10 past the sledges. Okay, let's just tap out. Yeah, I mean, I guess the nice thing about having a soft lock late is that if it does necessitate a re-upload, then there's not too much rearrangement that needs to be done on a playlist profile. But again, it might not be serious enough. Because it's pretty obvious if you're getting in there that you're going to lock yourself, I would say. Although you never know, because sometimes things that look like locks turn out to be secrets, right? And the player is kind of encouraged to poke around for that kind of thing, at least if they are me. But here is 8-6 Koopaling Keep by Evo. The Bowser Badlands have been dangerous, but Mario has arrived at Castle Koopa. First, he must make it through Koopaling Keep, and those 7 Koopa kids are not going to make it easy for him. But when has that ever been a problem for Super Mario? Here we go. I feel like this promises a boss rush, which I'm very happy to hear. Yeah, Gratovi, you say you suspect it will probably be left in. Yeah, like I said, I feel like it's kind of a borderline call there in terms of the seriousness. But yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I feel like a player who triggers it kind of knows what they're in for. It's one of those spots where it's like, you know, I wonder if this is locked because it looks like a lock, and then you kind of have to consciously go for it the way that I do whenever I see that kind of thing. There are players who see potential locks and say, oh, I don't know if I want to try that, and then I'm sort of somebody of the opposite mentality, which is that I want to see if this really is one. Or if there's going to be some kind of surprise for trying. So none of us rush necessarily, but definitely all of the Koopalings trying to snipe you from afar. Well, at least so far. We don't know how we'll take them out, or if we'll take them out, and we'll watch that alternate timing on the burners, of course. And yeah, the alternation is fairly easy to watch. Again, we really do need to watch our feet for Some things like that. Whoop. Yeah, because when you see the music note blocks, they are kind of a signal that they have been slightly warmed up ahead of time. Unless, of course, they're these ones, which are just over hard blocks. But in general, when we see the note blocks, we should assume they're being lightly toasted. And we've seen the 10 previously, so yeah, we leave that as is. Alright, if he would like to stand around for long enough to let us see all this melt. Oh, whoops, bad idea. And then we'll just wait here until it is time to pop that. And of course, you can see the timing start to tighten up slightly for this kind of thing. And that's the way to do it. Okay, through we go. I believe we've hit everything we can so far, but haven't looked at it that carefully. Can't really get up there. Oh, donut blocks up above in that room. I feel like we were missing something there, actually. Yeah, no, because if we had a leaf at that point, I wonder if that was flyable, because there were definitely donut blocks up top, in the top left and top right corners. I'll build up some P speed here. I want to chance the edge. Oh, we did have P momentarily. Let me just try to build it. Nope. We are seeing it blink. It's just very momentary. I have to really crank it up. We charged it momentarily. We just lost it. Fortunately. But we can do it. Almost there. Pump it. Nope. Lost it. And it takes so long to build up again. There's probably nothing if you need to, do this kind of thing to fly up, but I always want to check these things, so. We'll just go back and forth until it happens. But really can't second guess my direction here when we do build up P speed. Oh, there we go. Can we have it? There we go. And look at that, there is something. Very nice. But we need Morton Fire to do it, and we don't have a Fire Flower to take care of this stuff. Well, And how am I supposed to do that? I wonder if there's actually something like a vine that's supposed to get you up there, but no, it totally looks like it's getting there by flight, but we'll have to go for that again, because that's a 50 coin, but I don't know if there's a safe way to do that where you just don't get zapped like crazy by Morton the whole time. Oh, nope. And we'll be at checkpoint. I wonder if I should actually just start over to try that properly with Leaf, since we don't get a chance to backtrack here for that. And we know that's the entrance into the room. Let's just start over. Again, if we keep the Leaf into that room, we're probably fine, except I just don't know how long it takes or how RNG dependent it would be. Because obviously Morton would aim at us, and if it looks like we might get hit, we might just have to, reload through the door. And anything that is melted between reloads through the door stays melted. So we would just mainly need to make sure that we get a good draw into projectiles. Are we still okay for power-ups? Maybe. Yeah, because we'll get a leaf in that next segment, so let's just keep the mushroom. We would also get a mushroom from a checkpoint, which means that we'll largely be okay. We've seen this already. Let's just skip it out. So, yeah, as long as we make it there, I think we get mushroom from checkpoint and then leaf from the block, and then we should still be okay. Or, whoops. Not if we do that. But, oh, again, yeah, in that room, it looks like there are donut blocks on the top and bottom sides, which make me think we should try to keep a leaf into that room so we can check in either corner. In the top corner, it would have to be... Oh, nope. Lost it immediately. Because it looks like there is something worth checking there. Let's try to ensure that we can get a leaf going into that segment if we can. I think we might have missed the opportunity already, but we'll reassess that room when we get there. Yeah, because this area here allows us to... Well, nope. Again, that's the door into the next segment, though, so if we want to keep leaf there anyway, we need to not rush the timing so much when it comes to the burner alternation. And let's hop on up. Okay, so all that's going to get toasted. Let's wait until the alternation there completes, and then... Yeah, you have to do it at half the time I think I need when it comes to the alternation. Let's wait here for a moment. And of course we want to keep the leaf into the big finish over here. And we'll wait and take it patiently. Now there are going to be a lot of projectiles coming in. Let's redo this. In Morton's room after this, so... Oh, good, come on. That's okay, let's take a look here, because, again, I don't know how flyable this is. It looks like it is flyable. Yeah, it totally is flyable. You're supposed to go up the top corner. I think we're going to retry it, because this is clearly something to check. Wait, no, is it? Yeah, because you ride the donut block on the left down, the donut block allows you to enter the bottom left pipe. And this is all pre-checkpoint, so we want to check this before we proceed. I actually wonder now, it looks like the place that we found in Morton's room, the reason that we felt trapped there is because that's actually exit only. You're supposed to let Morton toast the fire in that room, and you exit out the door on the top right where we came in. And once you exit out that door, then you drop into the checkpoint 1 area. And so I think the idea is that you're supposed to head to that donut block drop to the yellow pipe right before checkpoint 1, and that loops you into Morton's room for the 50 coin, and then you exit out that way. And so that's not an entrance that we run back and forth to fly towards the way that we were doing it, because that's sort of an extreme edge case. And that's why it didn't seem to work at all. Where, you know, the damage seems unavoidable, because you're not supposed to be there at that point. That makes a lot more sense to me. I suspect that's how the level is going to be structured when it comes to the 50 coin secret. It would make more sense than what I was doing anyway. So again, if you survive with a leaf, then you just need to make it through to the next area here. But once you get into checkpoint 1, you can't reverse due to the slope under the pipe, so we do in fact have to keep the leaf all the way through here. So yeah, I mean, you know, whenever I see something that requires flying from going back and forth to build P-speed, that's obviously such an edge case that I, in a traditional level in particular, don't expect that to be an intended path, and so sort of makes sense that that is not actually the intended way to approach the 50 coin secret. Oh, nope. I think, yeah, that loses the opportunity, so let's start over. And make another run at that leaf. And let's continue here. So yeah, we accounted for that first 10 coin up here and the next 10 coin that's in that pit. After that, then we've got the 50 that we've looked at. Just tracking this mentally. So yeah, you kind of have to take your time to dodge Ludwig here. Now the thing is, we need to not get zapped by the projectile in the next section. Nope, that was clearly going to be wrong. I knew before it happened that I was not going to make it. Yeah, this feels kind of appropriately scaled for a 50 coin path. In that you do have to be pretty crisp about going damageless up to that point, so I think that's a very appropriate task for the player, proportionate to the reward. So let's continue this way. Again, we have to watch that projectile in the next area. So let's spawn it as late as possible, perhaps, unless it's going to really aim at me. Oh, nope. Too late. Yeah, one jump too late. I thought I had an additional bounce to me there, but nope. Okay, let's try it again. And once again, we just need to be perfect about a leaf, and we need to fly to the top corner. And I think I know how things are going to go from there. Yeah, we need to be much better about leading the target in the final segment here. That was too close. Let's lead him with the projectile right here first. That's much better. No, no, no. We needed to lead that to the left. Because he sniped me exactly on the way over. And I guess with the leaf you can always, back up and flutter to reposition yourself if that happens. But the burners do stay up for quite some time, so might not be the safest approach anyway. You do just have to lead the projectiles before you go and get them out of your way. Okay, back here again. Let's just again lead that forward. Gotta watch the timing on this one, and then here we go. You can definitely tell every time you have to flutter with the SMB3 tail why they switched the slow descent to a hold input starting with the cape in Super Mario World. I really shouldn't have sidetracked myself with that exactly when I needed to lead the projectile. Because, yeah, tap to float is something that, looking at it objectively, does sort of feel awkward sometimes. Although, it's always been kind of interesting to see how the Mario series approaches gentle repositioning mechanics. With the examples in 3D being things like the Flood in Sunshine or the Bee Suit in Galaxy, where it was kind of a noticeable boost to the player to just be able to reposition slightly to compensate for depth perception in 3D space. And I guess the leaf also sort of serves that function in 3D world, and for that matter, things like Peach's float mechanic from SMB2. No, every single time. Like, he's really sniping us like crazy. Ritafi, you always forget about the bee power-up. Oh, it was one of my favorite things about Galaxy when it first came out. The bee and the boo. Super Mario Galaxy. Exactly the right excuse to talk to your kids about the boos and the bees. And let's hop over here. And got it. Leaf once again. Yeah, we've really had some trouble with the Iggy projectiles over here. But I guess that's why the 50 coin is tucked behind it, and no, that was the wrong timing regardless. That was not even close to what we needed. We need to lead his projectile like sort of on the top left platform and just get it as high as possible out of our way. From a design perspective, actually, that Iggy is so well placed. Just to mess with you. On Wearing Mouse, you're saying the fact that it's not an included mode in Mario Maker is proof? Yeah. Oh, that SMB2 is, or Doki Doki Panic as it may be, is fake news. But I don't know, it's been so retroactively incorporated into Mario at this point. Even though a lot of its elements, I guess, made it over to the Yoshi series instead, which, you know, whether you want to count Yoshi's Island as a Super Mario World game for being called Super Mario World 2 is its own question. Yoshi's Island being called Super Mario World 2, of course, is the closest analog we have to SDB5 being called Super Discord World 2. Whether you count it as number 5 or not. I mean, here, in the SDB series, it clearly is number 5, but I'm just saying, it's kind of an interesting coincidence. Okay, let's lead the projectile, like, way over before we do anything with him. No, no, wrong. He's just gonna zap us there. Come on, fire. Left, left, left. Good, good, good. Finally. Now we need to not take a hit from Morton in this room. Or Roy, rather. Roy in this room. No, 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 no. I went up the pipe by mistake. We're not doing that P-switch flight thing here. Yeah, I backed out slightly when I saw the burner, and I just ran straight in that pipe. And of course, we just happened to mistakenly tap the up input at that time. Which is something, you know, I always have trouble doing intentionally. Like, we missed so many up pipe entrances, and that one we just absolutely nailed with total accuracy. Going back to SMB2, in fact, I really do like the way that it's implemented in Mario Maker. I think that what we got with the SMB2 power-up in Mario 1 turned out much better than just getting a separate SMB2 theme. I think it's such an interactive item. It's so versatile. It opens up so many mechanics. It does something unique with everything in the tile set. You know, it dramatically increased the range of what you could do with SMB1. And much like the Master Sword before it. And so I'm very happy with what we got. Okay, that was too close. Yeah, I expected to, you know, perhaps choke by running into a burner or getting hit by a Roy projectile or something. I didn't expect to choke by going up the up pipe by mistake. Okay, good. We actually led the target with total accuracy that time. Mang, welcome. Whoop. Let's not die to reading the chat here. Oh, no. Didn't gain enough distance there. We do need to lead Roy just a little bit here. And build up. No, hang on. Just have to find the right timing. Nope, not enough. You have to really go end to end on the edge here. And hopefully have a bit of starting piece speed as well, which... Again, we really do need to work the projectile at the same time, which leads to some issues. Nope, and we got cut off by that. Can't believe this. Oh, another leaf. You know what? That eases things up on us. It reduces the number of resets. But of course, we still need to do this. And yeah, we do need a bit of that initial speed first. I think we do a run back and forth, and we just hopefully not get chopped by Roy. There we go. There we go. The run back and forth is the way to do it. Let's not get hit. We need to lead his projectile so we can enter the pipe over here. There we go. At long last, and as expected, this is the entrance rather than the exit. Although theoretically, the easier way to do this would be to let Morton's fire melt the ice up above, and once it melts the ice up above, what you can do is then do the kind of back and forth P-speed thing at checkpoint 1 at your own risk. And in doing so, you can then, well, oh, stun lock. Okay. I don't think we're going to kill him. Although we can totally jump on top of him. He's totally jumpable. Oh. Duck, duck, duck. Goose. No. No, actually, semi-solid. Never mind. We know what semi-solids look like around here. Anyway, we got the 50 coin. You feel like that may have been snuck in when the level had to be re-uploaded in the last minute. Which was snuck in? The extra leaf? Because that seems like a fairly easy thing to miss. Yeah. Okay, now let's actually play the level. We still need to look for the 30 at some point, but... Look, hard blocks up top. Surely that's a scroll break. No, it's not. But... Oh, whoops. Tapped a little too much. You see, that's the problem with the tap to float, is that you get into the claw and you immediately tap out of it if you overshoot even slightly. Well, now that we don't have the leaf, we won't have that problem, will we? Anyway, let's just swing it over here. Pop her head on a ceiling, that's the best way to grab this. Oh. Looking at where Wendy is standing, if you take damage, obviously that's a pipe that looks like it has potential, but there doesn't seem to be a good damageless way of approaching that, unless you had something like a fire flower or so. To just bop her once and let her roll out of there. Oh, bad idea. That was not the best move. Yeah, so she's standing on that pipe. It totally looks approachable. You can just position her out of it. But of course we can't at her current state. So I wonder, because Wendy's standing on something that conspicuously looks like it can be entered. Even if you just whip her on the side, for instance. And then you can get her to get into the shell form. Oh, oops, or you can fall to your death. You know, since we get a power up here, we can actually mess around with this and see. It's probably nothing. I doubt you can actually enter that, but it is a pipe rather than a note block or something else like the Koopalings are standing on. But it would be tricky to fall into that. That's the only thing. I guess if you crouch with this. Nope, nope. Yeah, you would kind of need a falling angle into that. It's probably nothing. I can't imagine that it's actually a secret, but if we have the opportunity to take damage into it, we should try it. Nope. We should actually just take damage and get in there while small, but it's a difficult falling angle. You would need to go through the middle note blocks. Okay. Down? Nope, nothing. Okay, we checked. The important thing is that we know. I seriously doubted that was anything, but we needed to be diligent about this. Whoops. Oh, I slid off the donut block because I totally expected to be caught by the claw at that point, and was a bit of a goof there. I have to admire the sound effect design in this. Come on, our timing is totally off here. There we go. Revenge of the Iggy. Okay, so down to this one, and then 10 up there. That's okay, that just requires you to jump well. There we go. Somewhat exact to do that, but... Whoop. Hang on. I was having a moment of thinking, okay, go up or go down. That was... troublesome. You feel like Iggy is the biggest threat in this level of all the Koopalings? Yeah. Very much so. That's been our experience so far, especially that first one. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, look at that. He just snipes you. No messing around with deflections like some of the other Koopalings do. No, this was too slow. We knew that the timing there was pretty exact earlier, and I'd proven that I could do it. And yeah, King Proclaim, speaking of the hello, yay, 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 very nice touch to just have the music note blocks in this whole segment. I feel like it adds a lot of flavor to the whole experience. Why use a normal note block when a sound effect will do? Oh, nope, too late. Okay, let's duck out of this and let's just let him fire. Nope, I was trying to lead the target out, but... yeah, his marksmanship is best in class for Bowser's minions, I think. Certainly from what we've seen here. At least he doesn't have to do his, you know, Michael Jackson moonwalk in this level, like you so often see in Iggy fights all over this game. Because generally with Iggy fights, it's the backstep that gets me. That, out of all the Koopaling mechanics, is one of the ones that gives us the most trouble. Nope, nope. Missed our opportunity here. And then we'll just wait for the opportunity here. Whoops. Yeah, actually going directly from that first note block is a much better way to get the 10 coin. Rather than running the tight timing for the rest of that. Okay, down we go. Too late. I knew it was too late. Just unwisely planned. But that's okay, we're short, we can get under that pipe. Nope. Nope. Yeah, the spread shot here from Ludwig, very good choice for obstructing the player there. Just the right Koopaling for that obstacle. Yeah, kind of a nice use of using all 7 Koopalings per layout, actually, in terms of the variety you get from them as obstacles, and how the platforming layout is designed around that. Definitely a lot of finesse to that here. Nope, just not enough of a swing. You have to build up quite a bit of a swing in advance and be ready to go when the opportunity presents itself. Okay, let's go. Oh, thought I could get out of that on the backswing that time. That was not the case. Nope. Yeah, the thing is, you know, the projectile obstructs the swing. So I can't really build up much of a swing when I'm being fired at. You know what, we've gotten that before, that's okay, we'll just do this. Nope, bad timing. These kinds of long delay timing mechanics are exactly the kind of thing I'm notoriously bad at, but we'll muddle through somehow. Nope. Come on. You know, we just motion him off screen like that. No, that's still within range. Okay, let's just wait this one out. Not going for speed records here by any means, or, well, particularly if we do that kind of dive. Okay, now down. Oh, nope. Actually caught me there for once. And there too. Double hit from this guy. Okay. Let's lead him over. The faster we get through these bits, the better in some ways, where we just don't let him fire so much at us. But yeah, here's the issue, is that if he fires, then you don't really have the opportunity to build up momentum on the claw by just going back and forth continuously. You do, in fact, have to pause sometimes to dodge, unless you jump, of course. That's why that area seems particularly tricky. Because you do have to deal with so many independent timing elements at once. Mostly just the fact that you do need to plan so far ahead to build momentum on a claw. That's the main obstruction here. Nope, I was trying to shave that a little bit lower to dodge the burner, but that was too low. Well, that particular ball there did its work. And then, yeah. Kind of threw us off completely there. It's okay. Yeah, we'll just try to go quickly instead of dawdling too much. Single backswing here. Yeah, you just go quickly, just don't let him shoot so much that it's already beneficial. Seems like a much saner approach, in fact. Like, if you go fast, everything is easier. Also, I saw that hard block above Ludwig there, above the pipe. I mean, that looks awfully suspicious. But we didn't have a bomb or anything that would break that, so probably nothing. I feel like keeping the leaf out of this area is going to be significant somehow. Very interesting timings on everything here. And then... oh! That's a lot of Morton fire. Now, we can't enter that pipe beside him anyway, so... oh, that's it. Oh, and we lost a leaf, but that's okay, because we'll jump, and I think we have that. The 50, of course, was much earlier with the first segment, and I think 10s were accounted for, so let's get out. And wahaha, there is more to come in World 8. Bowser's Tower Tussle. Now, Theorymon is a maker we can actually say quite a lot about. He's probably the person in Mario Maker I've known for the longest. Going back to 2015 when he uploaded what was one of the first legendary viral thematic levels in Mario Maker 1, which was Goomba, A Sad Tale of Madness. And it's been nice to see him remain active all this time and build ever more elaborate levels in SDB 6 and other projects besides. One of the last things I played from Theorymon, probably the last thing I played from Theorymon prior to this, would have been last year when I was running Mario Maker 1, where he actually had a level in Maker 1 and a level in Maker 2 that were interconnected, in that they would have codes to unlock rooms in each other. And of course, that stopped being playable in its original form once Maker 1 was taken down. So I think I might actually have been the only person to ever record the Maker 1 secret exit the intended way. back when we did that right before it shut down. I think it was maybe literally the last level we played before it shut down, because I kind of saved that for last. But anyway, here is Bowser's Tower Tussle. And the description reads, Mario has finally cornered Bowser, and now it's a race against time to prevent him from finishing his invincible attack, fueled by Power Stars. While Mario bravely battles Bowser, Luigi, Toad, and Toadette aim to blow up Bowser's tower with bombs, ending his machinations once and for all. 4-minute world record on this. This will be quite the tussle, so let's take a look. And yeah, thank you once again for all the GGs on the previous level. One of the few levels where I think we actually genuinely struggle with the main path rather than just ambling around everywhere looking for secrets. Well, I don't think we're likely to get that unless we... Whoops. Well, let's see. That is such a suspicious thing up there, but I think it's just part of the lamp design. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that. This is going to be like basically a recreation of SMB3 where you just try to get Bowser to stomp through by leading him in. Literally the SMB3 fight. But a similarly sized pit, it just looks smaller because we're now playing in widescreen. Now, the nice thing is, though, you can technically... well, I mean, if I were able to sneak through while big, I could have broken this myself, and we would be able to open the path to the POW that's a little wider. So in some ways, it's actually gentler than the original SMB3 fight, which always took me a long time to do. I never quite got the hang of doing it quickly. You think the 4.5-minute record would be hard to beat? Yeah. You can see that happening. Now, the thing is, if we have the helmet, then he can actually just jump me, and we'd be fine. But of course, we want him to break the floor. I said we want him to break the floor. Come on. As long as we don't get sniped by a half-tile flame like we almost saw there. So yeah, we wanted to break this down. We should actually take out some of this stuff on the side. Oh, luckily we didn't have issues there. Yeah, let's just break what we can to minimize obstructions. And also get him out of the stun lock. We can just bop him from above. Okay, great. Now, unfortunately we can't sneak there from the side the way we could with some of what else we saw. Very useful to have the helmet here, in fact. Yeah, it's too bad we're not able to break this and slide in from the side to speed things up. Come on. Get over here. There we go. Good, good, good. Oh, that's okay. Let's break all this stuff and then he'll have a much better chance of taking himself out. And then now, let's go. So, anything to touch in the middle there? Not really. Interesting that the question blocks on either side there would be breakable, I think, with a stomp, or at least tappable with a stomp. I feel like if you want to make a serious run at the record, first of all, you need RNG kind of on your side, and secondly, you would want to break this central area in advance using the middle tiles. I think that's practically required to get a good time. So we do want to break things starting from the edge, just so we can walk in and open up the rest. There we go. That's good. Didn't tap him by mistake with the helmet, which is important here. Luckily, not too many issues with a stun lock here. If he'd like to work his way over, that'll be very nice. Okay, almost. We just need him to hit that one on the side then. Let's stand half tile over, maybe. Oh. Well, anything will do. Yeah, okay, now we can sneak over and... Bop, bop, bop. There we go. And we'll just stand in the middle here and we should be fine. He's not going to fire at us and hit in this position. Good. Perfect. About as good an outcome as we could possibly ask for here. Oh, no, can't reach that. Then what are we supposed to reach? He's supposed to hit the vines, or hit the blocks, and maybe one of those gives us a key or something else, like some kind of activation. Oh, interesting. Very nice, in fact. Very nice, kind of a surprise mechanic that we didn't see coming, too. And we need him to tap the middle. Great. There's a key. Too bad we didn't keep the power up. I feel like that might be necessary for something secret, but... Yeah, this is just a symmetry door, so not a big problem there. That's just going to be a mushroom. And, okay, some kind of mechanism here that we need to be aware of that will unleash fire and drop things off. Okay, let me just reposition him slightly if I can. It seems like it's going to be POW over to destroying the Muncher and then getting on that somehow. I'm not sure. Let's try to get onto Claw, because I feel like getting onto Claw, scrolling the camera up will do nothing. Okay. Let's get over him. You need him to fire at this. You need fire to melt the ice, and that activates the on-off switch. Which actually means you need to get him into the claw. You need to stand on a red and get him to drop into the claw and get caught. And then once he gets caught, then we'll kind of have a standardized sequence of power-ups here. Stand on the red on the right side. Let him get caught by the claw. Once he gets caught by the claw, then he will fire to the left, and that will hit the on-off switch. That will melt everything here. We need to be aware of more Podoboos coming from the blasters, if that is at all applicable. If he jumps down at this point, well, we need to figure out how to get P-switches down. Because P-switches were loaded onto the right side, but then how do we approach that? Deflection? No, that's not the right kind of height for it. Claw drop? Then what does the claw drop even do for me? Unless he needs to get off screen and stomp the P-blocks down. Or stomp the P-switches down, rather. I couldn't see what the ceiling was above the P-switches, that's the thing. This is the one level without progressive power-ups, yeah. Yeah, again, it's kind of a standardized fight, which makes me wonder if keeping fully powered from the beginning would have done anything from here. So it's conveyor belts above where the P will be. So then what do we do with that information? So we know how to get past the first bit here, which is do this. Oh, you need to bump him with the helmet, maybe. But then if you don't have the helmet, you can't do that. I was thinking if you bump him with the helmet, you can bump him up to the P-switches and compress the P-switches from below that way. But if you don't have the helmet, then how would you do it? You would just need him to jump up towards it. Maybe. I wonder about the snake blocks too, if we can get on the snake blocks at all. If it's reachable for us once it's clear. It doesn't really look that reachable, but anyway, we know that standing here is going to do some work. He gets caught. We open this up, we don't get toasted. Oh, we got toasted. I couldn't really even see the mechanism for displacing the Muncher up top. The conveyors, in fact, but I feel like we need the helmet, basically. But then that can't be right because we'd be locked here. Well, at the very least, I think we should drop him. Ordinarily, would drop him and then juggle him with the helmet over to P-switch. I think that's the way to do it. But if you don't have the helmet, then I don't see the alternative. But right now, that's the main possibility that occurs to me, is to juggle him up with the piece. So I wonder if the fight is doable without that. Oh, and yeah, we lost the helmet right away, so let's just take the death so we can try my method again. I guess if you stand under the piece, when he jumps up, he might hit the piece from below anyway, and so you don't necessarily need to bump him. But I think the juggling method is likely best, and that it will work. Okay. Oh, no, don't want to drop him. You know what, let's just take the hit again and do this my way. We stood there a little too long. I always enjoy, essentially, puzzle bosses, so... We'll see what we can do. I mean, I guess, apart from the Podoboo timing, that if you had a leaf or something in this segment... Whoops, we shouldn't have done that. Then... Come on. Maybe it would be flyable here to get up to the P-switch quickly. Okay, so now we need to drop him and juggle. No, except he's going to jump over to the claw, so we need to have him come over here, and then... He doesn't jump nearly high enough to get the juggle, though, so... We need to juggle him in such a way that he doesn't bounce back to the claw. So basically just kind of walk him over with the head bump, maybe. Walk him a little bit to the left. But then you'd have to be pretty careful about the Podoboo timing to do that. Oh, come on. And then, yeah, that loses the head bump, so we can't do that. There has to be a way to do it without the power-up, but I'm not seeing it right now. Because it would be partly dependent on how you reposition Bowser. Let's do it over here. And, well, how much for that? Well, let's play it through and see if we can find... no, you know what, let's just take the death. Clearly Bowser needs to be the one who hits the P-switch, since we can't fly up to it or anything. But apart from the head bump with the shell, I'm not clear on how that would happen. Let's tuck ourselves down here. Yeah, because you see, you can kind of juggle him, but on the ice, you have to watch out for the ice movement as well. Okay, good. You can actually just bump him up that way. Nope. Almost. Again, we really have to watch our feet here. And not get stun locked, because stun lock would be a problem. Okay, so yeah, he jumps up high enough. Okay, good. So yeah, that's how you would normally do it without the helmet. It's just, you just need him to jump to the central column, and he actually does get the hit. Oh, lost that. But then we would try to open up the flower if he's able to. How that way? Icicles down to the flower, and then what happens from there? We'll find out. They can melt some ice after that. I'm looking at this meanwhile and thinking about flight potential on any of the relevant segments. Let's do this. Oh, nope. Oh, we could have just bumped him over here. Nope. Over bumped him. There we go. Definitely a lot of things to consider if you think you might want to go for the speed record. Nope. Oh, got caught. That's okay. Now we'll just try it out with him hitting the switch from the middle. We just need to be dead center, basically, when he makes the jump. There we go. Oh, and he stops me. After P-switch expiry, then the Podoboos go over here and continue forward, and yeah, we totally got caught. Partly due to ice momentum. Actually, flying back up with the... not the cape, the leaf would not really do much for you here. I guess it would get you through that pipe if you decided to all the way up top, but... Whoops, no, I thought he was going to jump into the claw, he did not. Let's just take the death and try again. Yeah, much easier with the helmet, of course. But yeah, interesting variant of, whoops, on the original SMB3 fight, that it's all based on baiting the Bowser Stomp, but with a rather big series of twists. And then I do need to drop him off here and get him to jump up in this column and not have him land on me. And then get out of his way over here. So it is possible to do all that safely, we just haven't been demonstrating that very well yet. Okay, then we have him stomp here. Good. Okay, so this is not accessible here, this is just decorative flowers, and then in the garden. That looks like it's probably just a symmetry mushroom on the other side. And then this fight continues, so we have more plants coming. Plant on the left, let me think about this for a moment, because you can approach on either side. You can't approach on that side right now because of the plants coming out of the blasters. But then you would need to hit that in the middle to bump him up. Why would you bump him up? It releases him. And then after that, you want him to stomp. I eventually want to ignite the bombs. I'm seeing that. And that in order to do that, you kind of need to clear some of this passage. Oh. So, if you climb, you hit the on-off switches. That disables all this stuff and drops them down below. Very nice little multi-phase sequence here. Then you have a big wall climb fight. If you release him from the stack, then he would be able to stomp down to the power here. So the idea should be to release him from the stack. We need to figure out how to do that. Well, you can stand on the snake blocks, they would displace something. If you manage to get down to them. Yeah, I think activating the snake blocks is going to give you some kind of push. And we'll see what that does. Okay. Oh, nope. There we go. Get in there. That will activate. Let's just stay light on our feet here, and if we can just bump him directly, that's best. We did that, we just landed on the Podoboo. That would be the quick way to do it if you can do it cleanly. We just stand here until he decides to stomp us. Whoa, that was surprisingly accurate. Except now we need to slide in like this. More shrooms. So not something progressive. That was not the best position, but yeah, much easier if you're tall, and then of course I say that just as I lose the mushroom. But then that's an easy phase transition here, as long as you don't take damage on the way down. A few minutes, welcome. And here we go. Okay, he's gonna get caught once again. Oh, nope. Missed a bump. That's okay. He'll just need to do it himself now. But it means that we need to be a little more exact about positioning and wait for him to get the jump, which he's going to do in the wrong direction. And it's okay, as long as we make it on the next segment, we know where the mushroom is coming. So let's continue this way. And once again, make it to this location. Okay, so he's going to release that switch over here, and then once again we'll try to go for the head bump when the Putaboo timing presents itself. And look at that, that's perfect that time. That was perfectly executed. For once. First time we've done it so perfectly, in fact. First time we've made it here with the helmet intact, so things are encouraging, and we didn't even lose it that time. Whoop, and we'll lose it here, though. And we'll lose it here, too, but Mushroom is coming after this segment, so, well, we're just going to die all at once. Okay, fine. That fell apart quickly. But the head bump strategy for the P worked out really well that time, so with a minimum of fuss. Come on, get the jump. What? Oh, failed to juggle him. Oh, let's just... Okay, good. Displace him that way. And then he's going to get over here. And we'll just stay here until he jumps down this side as well. Next phase. And then this is actually reasonably quick. You just do this before the piranha spawn. Whoops, so just slid a little too short of where we want to go. And of course, because of the limitation on how many Bowsers you can place into pallet, some of them do have to smoothly transition to the next area. So yeah, that displaces, as we expected. I wonder how far the other snake block goes at that point. Jumping off of vines is not our forte, as we've discovered many times over. But yeah, as long as we can, you know, just get out of range of some of those large piranhas that spawn, just speeding through that segment with the piranha plants on the lower pipes seems to be the best way to execute that reliably. See, reasonably clean that time. Oh, just a little too late. Or just a little too far to the right, in fact. Oh, and of course we'll lose the helmet. But he's going to stop that, and then we'll get in there and just, once again, just dash right through. And, oh, should have crouched into that. That was almost ideal. Yeah, because if you just dash under the piranha spawn at all, then that should be doable pretty cleanly before it spawns. Same idea here. Come on. A little higher. There we go. Very clean. And then right onto first bounce. Very nice. This is the best we've done. that we still have a helmet. Which is great, because it also means that we could get past this safely. Yeah, if you keep the helmet here, it makes everything easier. And then let's not fall apart too quickly here. Oh. I was trying to fall directly to the snake block, but I took way too much damage immediately, and so that didn't work too well. But once you release him, then you just need him to jump on an appropriate location. Missed. But yeah, then it's just a lot of dodging. Unfortunately, you do need to determine sometimes when to jump, and with the helmet, that would also be much easier, despite the fact that the projectiles are mostly coming from below. So yeah, really nice use of the phase transitions all over this fight too. Prolong the fight well past the 3 Bowser limit. That was a bit risky to step into that, and unfortunately we missed. Well, as long as he gets to jump, there we go. That time, I think Bowser definitely just did it to himself, but that's okay. Then let's just get him to jump over here if we can. Nope. Oh, sure, he'll just hit that right on target by his own volition. That's fine. Bowser's really kind of goofing around today on this attempt. Okay, so he's going to head down, and then again, let's just do it this way. Let him down. Oh, see that? Nope. Being tall does not really help too much here. We do need to just climb a lot more accurately. Unfortunately, we might want to get rid of our snake block just so it doesn't obstruct him. Not that it would make it too much of a difference, I think, but it would give us a little more room to maneuver. That is a tricky bit there near the end. Okay, let's go down. Catch that and fire. Oh. Decided to inconvenience me over and over this time, okay. Yeah, I just jumped into him a little too aggressively there, and unfortunately it did mean that we lost everything. Nope. That time was not going to work. So yeah, we don't want to juggle him back into the claw, obviously. We needed to remember that time to bump him further to the left before proceeding with that strategy. Oh. Jumped a little too high and occupied the claw. Well, come on. Yeah, no, this is just going to be blown. Let's just redo that. Okay, back over. Nope. Just a little too far over. Nope, come on. Nope. All the timing just fell apart that time. Then, nope, because of the claw swing, I was still within range, so. Yeah, this isn't going. Let's do it again. It'll be faster, too. Just do it with the helmet intact. And more successful further down, too. In all likelihood. Okay, back down. Okay. So that's going to activate the switch. Walk him over first. Nope. Just tapped him up a little bit too early and he caught the P-switch on his side. Nope. And then, well, now this is complicated in far too many respects. Let's just get him to hit the switches. Nope. Yeah, this fell apart quickly again. That's okay, this time we'll jump out of there and then we'll just survive this area and then we'll at least get a mushroom. In a much tougher situation without that helmet, but good. More accurate than I had hoped for. Okay. Slide. There we go, that's how to do it the fancy way. Oh, and then we just took a hit anyway. And another one. Pretty stylish slide, though, to get through the piranha plants the way I had hoped I would in previous attempts. Okay, get caught. Over here. Funny how Bowser's been going down pretty quickly in the second phase, yeah. Very much so. I mean, I don't know how reflective my progress has been of whatever happened during playtesting in terms of whether certain things have been going much better or worse. Okay, that's gonna hit. Once again, with the helmet, this is easy. At least it should be. There we go. Then, yeah, this time at least we didn't get caught by him firing at me this way. Oh, except, well, we have a bit of a problem here. I can't get past that guy. I have to take damage. I can't get past him. Because I guess he was out of range of the power or whatever, or was already in a drop or something. I have to take a hit. That's too bad. I need to stop clinging onto things unnecessarily, though. I feel like we triggered a very particular edge case there that was just dependent on what was or wasn't on screen at the time. And that's okay. With how many attempts we put in, you know, something like that was bound to come up. Oh, well, that was a terrible place to stand. Nope. It'd be nice if we could just jump and get over here. Okay. Getting out of there and getting that mushroom. That's about as good as we can hope for. Let's get out and hit. Okay, no piranhas here this time. So let's be careful here when it comes to dismounting him. Yeah, we don't really need to hit the other snake block. We're trying to mostly aim for him to come left. But yeah, at a certain point, he arcs towards the ceiling and stops, and so we need to give ourselves a little bit of room here. Oh, no. Yeah, I find vines very awkward to work with sometimes because just too many accidental diagonal inputs and lag, and occasionally some difficulty in controlling when I'm jumping and when I'm climbing, but obviously much easier with the helmet there, because even if you have to deal with projectiles from below, at least you don't get stomped from above. Oh, come on. Get over here. Oh, you know what? He actually just shot that by himself anyway without needing to position him into the claw. Nope. Oh. Yeah, if you can get him here smoothly with a series of bumps right off the claw, then everything goes much better, so you don't have to wait. You can see where that 4-minute record is coming from now. I wonder what the creator clear time was on this, actually. We should remember to take a look afterwards. Whoops. Okay, good. That was a better stomp than I could have hoped for. It's very satisfying to do that smoothly. Right before the piranha spawn. Okay. Nope. Well, this is unfortunate. We'll just need to do a lot of good climbing and give ourselves room, but unfortunately you have to go pretty low, and getting low does run into some risks there. I think we need to get within range of one of the lower pipes to prevent a fire piranha from peeking out. And the hope that Bowser doesn't go too far towards the edges when he stomps. We need to confine the piranhas here. Control which ones we're dealing with. I feel like I'm still not, whoops, doing that room very well strategically. Let's just do this again. So yeah, we've still got 9 levels after this. I guess we'll see how long the boss takes, because ideally I was hoping to get through 8 and 9 today, but that was potentially a bit of a tall order with how long we're spending on this fight, but we'll see. Particularly if it turns out we need to redo it for a 50 coin or something. But we'll find out. Also, can't just bump him now, we have to just drop him and wait. Let's see. Nope, got caught. One of the levels in World 9 can take quite long to get through. Yeah, if I take particularly long today, it might actually make sense to just do World 9 as one stream. If that is the case, I'm going to try to do it tomorrow. I usually don't do the Sunday to Monday, but whatever makes most sense for properly seeing these levels. Oops. But we'll see. I mean, we usually run kind of minimum 4 hours, so this would be a very early stop if we finish this soon. So if we finish this soon, I think I will progress to World 9, but we'll find out what happens. But yeah, everybody kind of has their own streaming pace in terms of how long they can stand to sit before fatigue starts really hitting. I found that in the past that 4 hours is kind of my sweet spot. And of course we've had a couple of streams run longer, but you can kind of tell too in the previous streams that when we, for example, had that really bad blind spot in Brick 101's level that trapped us for an hour yesterday, for instance, that was kind of right around a 4-hour mark. So there's maybe something consistent about that. Okay. But we'll see. Whoop, missed it that time. Okay, this will make this bit a little bit tougher. And we just lead these targets over and see if we can get a good stomp here. There is a bit of a... I was about to say a safe spot, but I'm trying to look for a safe spot that would allow me to just kind of camp until Bowser decides to make his way over. Nothing is perfectly safe because Bowser's got a full range of where he wants to be on a y-axis when he shoots. But if we can find a little dead zone for the piranha diagonals, that would be ideal. Like a dead zone that would be in the same column as the POW. And hopefully we're able to look at that for long enough that we can find such a place. Yeah, and some of the levels in World 8 were surprisingly breezy today, and it kind of allowed us to catch up a bit on time, but... Oops. Caught by the ice that time. That was a miss. I love how the frame at the end there when I died had Bowser just kind of looking over to the left and seeing Mario get toasted. As if to say, huh, I don't think I did that. Wasn't me. Okay. There we go, very clean. Oh. I probably shouldn't have had the ambition of juggling him through this zone just to shut off the fire. Not a bad idea, but, you know, not a reliable one either, so... Already have a shroom, so let's just get down here and go with the slide. Yeah, when we do that room cleanly, that's easily dispatched. Of course, the RNG on the fire on the way down can still catch us from time to time, and just did. So if we can find a dead zone, then there we go. That's nice. But we need to survive this. All about the dead zone. And we'll hit checkpoint. That's going to be a scroll break. And then get around that swamp. But there's going to be a platforming segment. Oh. Hit this. That did not do nearly as much as I hoped it would. But we just get the on-off switch to continue. And then we'll get that to hit. And we'll roll down. And then I slid over. I was trying to fall into that one slot, and we just didn't account for how the slope would catch me. Oh, forgot to get power-ups. Well, let's roll with it. Conveyor, unfortunately, is not going to be that compatible with dodging Bowser projectiles. Nope. And we're just going to get caught by every single thing here. But we just ride the swamp. And the sequence was very easily readable, that's the thing. It was very intuitive how things are supposed to happen here in terms of where we go. It's just that we got caught by the spike ball. And this time the spike ball got disabled by the POW, which is a lot more convenient. Now, at this point, do we hit again? No, we don't. We have to drop because that was a single-use spike ball for all of that. I think we just get in close, and if we get in close, the swamp drops, and then Bowser drops. Yep, there we go. And he meets his doom. And we discover what optional content we've missed when it comes to not having a power-up available over here. But yeah, pretty much a pure cinematic sequence with the escape here. And oh, we get the... So it's kind of like a Metroid-style escape sequence then. Whoops. Or not. I guess... Oh, I love how we get the ending music in the scrolling segment. That's very nice. The end. Well, minus the special world. Yeah, very cute of Theuremon to do this. We had seen in a lot of previous Theuremon levels as well, just the incorporation of an ending music tribute. That was kind of true of his connected Maker 1 and Maker 2 passcode levels that I talked about earlier as well. And yeah, it kind of makes you sit through the whole music, and that's fine. We earned it. We've spent so much time coming here. And yeah, you know, it's just going to give you all the coins because we need that in preparation for special. Very nice, actually. One of Theuremon's best, and that is saying something given how ambitiously he has scaled up his making over time. Yeah, great fight. Great way of splitting, again, the Bowser placement limit into multiple connected phases. Occasionally getting sniped by some of the RNG and, you know, some little bits of scrolling inconsistency that we can introduce with what the power blocks are going to hit and so on. But, you know, that's such a minor thing. Oh, I see that since we entered this level that King has shrunk this down to 3:50 50. Which beats the clear check time by quite a bit. It's a 5-minute clear check time on the original. So yeah, King, I don't know how well you managed to polish that off or how much you had to fall victim to some RNG yourself, but obviously there's a good, clean way to do most of the segments. Some things are a bit dependent on Bowser cooperating with you, like the second phase, like the ice block phase. I think that one, you do need Bowser to give you the right stomp at the right time. But definitely, Phase 1 you can speed through it easily, Phase 3 as well. Phase 4, again, you're kind of at the mercy of the stomp, but you know, from there things are pretty clean. So we are continuing. We're going to push through what we can of World 9. We might be a bit exhausted by the end of it, we might not get through it, but I want to see it. We're on a roll. You bet the watch will try to take it back? Yeah, you think most of the fight was about as good as you could do it, but definitely lots of room for optimization. Yeah, again, there's going to be some RNG variance there, even with the phases that you can shave down. The biggest parts that need polishing up are Phase 1 with the table of brick blocks, and then pushing Bowser up into the P-switches with Shelmet. I feel like the Shelmet part can actually be done somewhat reliably if you find a good entry point to it. Like, you just need him to be in the air at all to bump him into the claw initially, right? And then after the drop off of the claw, if you're accurate, you can get him to the P straight away. Anyway, let's load up the level descriptions for World 9. And we will probably regret this a few hours from now, but let's see what we can. World 9 is just called the Special World, because that's what it is, and we're going to begin with Pink Penny Pavilion. The adventure is over. Or is it? After defeating Bowser, Mario and friends discover a special world. First up, a sparkling sea with a coral color and a trove of treasure. Cadet jumps at a chance to dive in and collect pink coins to unlock the promised prize. What a lovely bonus. Again, as with the whole project, high clear rates, but probably built big with lots of secret hunting, and so we can expect to take our time. Let's see this first of all. Again, as we can expect of Pink Tops, just lovely aesthetics everywhere. I mean, underwater themes in general just have such a beautiful palette to work with that is underused just on account of them being underwater, right? But this is just immediately striking. I feel like we're going to go through that pipe because we have such a massive pink coin hub. The massive pink coin hub that we see here makes me wonder if this was the level that was reputedly long, but not a big deal if it is. And yeah, it's a repeatable checkpoint, obviously, to Make sure we grab everything we can. Look at the heart descending here. Kind of a nice little match to the skulls that we saw in Pink Top's previous contribution. And some of the state switching, I think, is going to affect where we can go after that. I think this room is confined, but if we exit, then we'll have some gates that are a bit different from the state switches. Yeah, and everything is going to open up. So basically that's there to show you right off the bat that there's a repeatable checkpoint room. And so Cheeps are going to surround this, and kind of need to tap the heart from the side while Wendy fires at you. Oh, there we go. Reasonably accurate. And oh, we missed a 10. Too bad. I mean, the thing is, the fact that we missed a 10 means that we can reload into this room and try it again. Because we didn't do anything to disable the coin from being placed, and then, oh, there we go. One over there. And I don't know if it was cycled back onto the same track or if it was a separate 10 that comes down, but let's wait and see. I feel like it might have been separately cycled down and around. That it might be one big looping track drop or something, because we're not seeing... Oh, interesting. 10 come up. Well, the Fire Flower, of course, would allow you to just break some hearts. We should also check the left pipe. Yeah, I think we just got the only 10 coin. It just cycles back to a different part of the track, and that's what happened there. Oh. And here's another 10, although we'd have to swim under to get it. Unless there's any kind of mechanic that allows you to bounce it out or something. Doesn't look like we can do much here. You get bounced out by a twister, so... But, yeah, it's a twister over here as well, but maybe if you just step on some of this stuff. Then you get a frog, okay. And I wonder what the frog will allow you to do. Potentially catch that, like maybe swim through a twister? Nope, that's just death. Oh, there's a coin on the left side too. Now, we haven't touched checkpoint in a while, so we have to redo a lot of that, but that's okay. We do need to come over here to activate checkpoint first. Or rather, do the switch toggle to get around. But we'll do the same sequence just to try to save those coins. And figure out that second 10, which I feel like we need something to bounce it up out of there. But I'll have to find out. Well, first of all, let's get the flower, because that's an easy way to do it. So yeah, that 10 coin is going to fall down, but I feel like, as we saw previously, it's going to cycle back to the track on the right side, and we'll be able to catch it again. Yeah, so it is very much the same coin. And then it's pointing you over here with the arrow, because I guess that's what it does. So we don't know yet how to get this 10, but maybe there's something we can activate like this, for instance. That, yeah, it bounces to 10, but we need to get it quickly, and then we can bounce on the other end to get a frog, except now we lost a chance to do so because this is likely progressive, isn't it? So, no frog for us. But we're going to be up in 5 coins, and then we'll see if there's another opportunity or something like that later. Oh, interesting. This is how it ejects you into the hub room, to provide you with an easy checkpoint repetition. Yeah, very thoughtfully designed. Let's do the right side here. This is just going to be Wigglers out, and I'm wisely going to rush it. But we can try to go for this question block here to see what that does. And for that matter, this one. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's like a little power-up randomizer almost. Except we're going to lose the 30. You know what? We just hit checkpoint. Let's just do this again. just to show it off. So yeah, it's a power-up stack on the track, and that's kind of neat because you do get the whole gamut of choices there. But I noticed the 30 coin rattled late. Obviously, if you swam accurately with a frog, you get that just rush over there without too much trouble. But we'll try something of the sort. Yeah, because you bought this first, then you get this switched over here, and then... Nope, missed a 30, unfortunately. Still missed it. And unfortunately it was disabled because like it blew up, so it means that we would have to repeat in order to try to catch it, which we will. Okay, let's tap this. And back into this area again to do what to do. I feel like this, it activated the block, but also activated 30, right? So we should, in fact, go for the 30 first. Yeah. Because then you can go for the power-ups afterwards. And then we'll go for a frog. And we'll try to exit out the right side, because that seems to cycle to another room, if it's symmetrical with the other part of the layout we saw earlier. And then the coins here make things nice and tidy. And yeah, another frog that at least gives us a sense of where that is placed. A couple of question blocks down here that we should be aware of, which I'm looking for an activation for that, and we don't see it. Like anything that we can hit to make that happen? Not really. So I wonder about that, because we wouldn't be able to reach it from below. Maybe something at the top of the heart, like an invisible block? Nope. Oh, I wonder about those then. The question blocks over there. And yeah, B-Minutes, I hope you've been doing well. So yeah, I don't know about those question blocks there. I wonder what that was all about. Kind of in the bottom middle in that room. So we should check this out. We still have just 2 coins to go. One, no doubt it needs being a safety. This is the safety. We'll grab a 10. So, oh yes, there's something over here. But in order to get that, we would probably just need to tap here. And then wait for that to spring up. And then, oh, we'll come back down. Great. So that's all the coins, actually. And then having the frog at our disposal, I wonder if there's anything else we can catch here. We should maybe bop all we can. I feel like we missed something like a 50. Because there are some pipes that we definitely didn't see. We didn't re-enter the original pipe, for instance. We should get to clear, but then we should explore a little bit just to take a look. I actually don't remember if we saw the 50. I don't think we did. But yeah, what a striking level from an aesthetic perspective. It's absolutely gorgeous to look at. So yeah, we didn't re-enter after the state switch, and the state switch might actually have been consequential. Also, there's something down here. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, interesting. We just got a hidden frog. Going under. I wonder if it was something like that that would also get you over to those question blocks that we saw earlier that we missed. We're not going to necessarily retrace the whole level over to the exit. Luckily, as a non-linear level, we have some options here. But I do want to explore a little bit too. See what else we can dig out. So for example, you come back here with the state switch. Has anything changed? Not really. Not that I can see. But we should look around carefully. Because in the first segment, just make sure we caught everything. So yeah, we would have caught this, we caught 10 coin. This segment here would have been the other 10. We knew how to get that because we just bounced that up using one of the block activations, didn't we? Yeah, so we got that, 10 and 10. We know this is another frog here. That's all accounted for. And then the arrow takes you back to the checkpoint room. And Gratofi will have to head to bed. Yeah, I know, we've been keeping you up lately. You get some sleep. And thank you once again for dropping by for so long and seeing us through at minimum World 8. We'll see if we get through 9 today. If I don't, then maybe more tomorrow, but we'll find out. So yeah, let's see about those question blocks in that bottom area I saw, because that was definitely the suspicious thing. But this we saw, this was the 30 coin drop. And then this area here, you see all these twisters come up. But then I don't know how accessible these question blocks are here. Okay, so yeah, you can hit them from below if you have the frog, basically, but I don't see a 50. So you can, in fact, go under when you have a frog suit available. And yeah, Gratofi, my pleasure to play through this. Thank you so much for everything you did to put it together and get the band back together in many respects when it comes to all of the lapse makers who made a comeback with their latest contributions here. It's been nice to see all the renewed activity. So, yeah, after this point here, I really don't think we ever saw where the 50 could be placed. Oh, we missed one coin initially. This was the 10, so we've got 10, 10, 10, 30. Here. No, that was just a block that we can tap. I don't see what that did. Hang on, you got the safety coin here. This shook something up here, but I don't know what. Maybe we break that first, then this switch activation does something. But no, that just bounces. So yeah, it's the hub room that had something for me. In terms of the one coin that we're missing, right? Or... no, we got this one. Let's save anyway. Anything to tap up here? No. Maybe there's a point somewhere that's difficult to enter. You got a wiggler over here. Let's check the first room again, just in case. Nothing really to interact with here, even in the off state. Let's just grab whichever coin it was we missed. It was just this one. Oh, whoops. That's okay. We know how to get more frogs. Or even more flowers. Yeah, I just don't see where the 50 could be. We've checked every room apart from the exit room. Now the exit room though scrolls down pretty quickly, and so it could be that as it's scrolling down, something has happened there that we didn't take into account. So for example, if we go through this pipe, that's it. That's the one. And it's a heart room. Not a 50 though. Unless we drop here and tap this. Then does it activate something that... It's the 50? Yeah, there we go. We found it. Okay, glad we checked. Yeah, because the scroll near the end was the last thing that was suspicious. Because we only had so much time to react to that previously, so... Switch it up. So Aurora Dawn returns here. And the description reads, "Who is the one in control of this world? Who is behind the scenes pushing all the buttons? At times they seem to wish to help Toad, while at others they only slow him down or mess with him for the fun of it. Is this some sort of punishment for all of Toad's misdeeds? We must figure out the method behind the madness, or else roll with whatever fate has planned with him." Let's take a look. Okay, so it's giving you an on-off switch right off the bat, but one that disables this, so that's curious. But I guess it signifies to you that on-off switching will be important here somehow. Oh, missed that. Oh, it's a jump detector. I think it's a jump detector. No, it's a beat block. Or is it a facing detector? It's a facing detector. Yeah, no, it's a facing detector. So we missed this, unfortunately. But can we exit at the first room? Oh, whoops. Not that way, obviously. Okay, it is a facing detector. I just didn't realize it because of the fact that on the first room, it is not true. But it is going to be a direction detector in this room. Nope. Oh, let's redo this. Can we? No, we can't. Okay, let's just take a dive. Yeah, this one's just direction detection, at least in the first section. There's totally a bridge up top. Oh no, that's not... Yeah, that's just ground. Okay. Let's grab this. Okay, good. There we go. Just need to be very deliberate about our facing direction. Nope, we needed a lot more speed there. Or we needed to jump and then face again. Like, the thing with detector mechanisms is that you have to be aware of what the repetition delay is on them. In terms of, you know, if you're toggling back and forth, what is the response time on the mechanism, and can you glitch it out if you're tapping back and forth a lot? No. because you basically have time to adjust in midair and still hit everything like this. Like that, yeah. Except we're going to miss the 10 here, unless there's something I can jump on. I would need something to jump on, like if we would need to lead something back. Like this one here. Oh, nope. We'd need to be tall as well, I think. Yeah, I think we might have to be tall too. Get this. That's okay. We'll try it again. And we'll try to keep a power up into it. To demonstrate that we can grab that. So yeah, you do have enough room to do a full jump and then adjust in midair to get the landing direction that you want. Left is blue, right is red. So for example, like this. Yeah, plenty of time on that delay, in fact. Oh. And then we're not tall, so unfortunately we can't get this. Unless, of course, we back out here. For example, if we come up here and maybe we can get a power up, and then after we are big, we can do that. But, oh, that is totally something, incidentally, if you jump in a bonsai there, I think. Oh, nope, we got shoved. You know what, let's just take the hit. I feel like you can get above the bonsai to go somewhere further. And Canyon, you're saying it's getting pretty late for you as well. Yep. And yeah, glad you could catch this one live. Yep. Hope you enjoyed the recording of your level as well, which we finished right before you came in. We haven't found absolutely every secret in every level, but we've been making a reasonable effort. Oh, whoops. I did not expect to face that way by mistake on the slide there. So yeah, we want to be big for the second 10 coin. Jump like that. Like that. Yeah, getting accustomed to the, whoops, latency on the switching mechanic is really the key to this. So you know how much leeway you have before activating the toggle. Yeah, so 10 coin up there, we've received that a few times, that's fine. Hang on, let's... jump up this way, and then, yeah, there we go, that's safe. And then, oh, getting the slide there is actually pretty workable. And that gets that 10 coin, good. And then let's see what happens when we come up here with bonsai. Nope, nothing. At least seemingly not. I kind of wonder because it really looks like if you left the bonsai alive that you could maybe jump here and on top of it. No, that doesn't give you nearly enough height. So I wonder if there's actually some kind of long track that you can do to jump it all the way here, perhaps, and get up top. I don't think so. I don't even know what that bonsai is about then. Oh, got hit. Bad. Okay, here we go. So now we once again just try to back ourselves in. Whoops. The initial entry is the tricky bit here. like bouncing and then turning accurately enough to not get knocked around like that when the bullet is out. Okay, we'll take that, and then... yeah, once again, we've seen what that bonsai does. I just don't know what that second bonsai does later. It just doesn't seem to get me anywhere useful of it. So, yeah, we've seen the coin here, so let's just proceed. It's just a one-up in this segment up here. I just don't think the bonsai is doing anything other than zoning you out. Doesn't look like anything's traversable on top, it's just ground tiles, so... oh, I hit that. And then back. Okay, so now... well, that's just gonna happen, I think. Okay, now this is interesting. Direction detection in conjunction would actually have to deal with a boo. That just means that we should drag it out. Oh, there's something there, though. Down below. Although I feel like you're sort of expected to fall there if you're not careful, and that the harder route is to go to the right, right? Because that might just force you forward if you miss this landing. So I feel like the optional route is actually where we are right now, and that the main route is down. But I don't know if that will be true. It might also just be a secret. But no, because if you basically fail the state switch, then you get knocked down there, and so... I kind of feel like that's the... route that is considered less good, but... when we're finding optional content, we never really know, and also it's kind of satisfying the speeds for this. Because there definitely is a speed route that you can take in this level. Let's drag the boo. Take it patiently. Yeah, because then you can just jump that. Totally looks like you can loop around up top and then drop back down, but we'll see how much this looks like it is something. Yeah, because you see coins below, and then here. I wonder if this is an advanced segment, because it looks like it's taken us pretty far. So we might have missed something, but we'll have to go back for it. And because this was long enough that maybe it was the main route, and the other one was a side route if you drop down below. And yeah, there is a checkpoint here. I think I'm actually going to take a hit here to see this side route there first. Then kind of surprises me that that would be the case, but I guess, yeah, the expectation is that you just sort of respond impulsively to the coin trails in a switch state, and you just go forward without checking down below first. So yeah, 10 coin, and then 10 coin, the two of them accounted for. Again, very satisfying to play through this quickly and find the fast path. Okay. No, we do want to not deal with the bullet spawn up above. Oh, nope. Caught there. That's okay, we'll fall in instead. Oh, and then, okay, no, that's just a snowball roll. But then you need a snowball roll with directional change. Oh, whoops. And not sliding into that. Now, in terms of getting out of there, I presume that you had to go through the pipe, but we'll find out if that's the case. Bit of an awkward position here, but we'll survive it. Okay. Whoops. That was nearly dangerous. Okay, good. Let's just drag the boo out. Not deal with it, even accounting for jumps and the like. And then let's do the snowball for the 30. Okay, so just climbing out this way. Good. Pretty easily understandable. A lot of blinking as we try to get up here. In this segment we've done previously, which doesn't mean I'll do it successfully this time on impulse. And then we'll get back to checkpoint 1 since we've seen a bunch of the bonuses already. Okay, down we go. Nope. I needed to just stop there and use the bullet. Yeah, again, there is a clearly smooth, fast path that you can take here. Very much like a Sonic the Hedgehog level, actually. Where if you do things well, you just ride the bounces and the level just kind of plays itself for you. But you have to get all your entries correct. But when it comes together, then you can just do everything smoothly and chain it together. No, whoops. Failed to get the crouch there. Ooh, very satisfying to catch that one. Seemed like there was something in that upper segment too above that bonsai, but I guess we won't see it. And we'll find out later in the level if we've counted for all coins, so... Okay, well this is obviously encouraging some fight. We'll get that. Oh, okay, so it shows you the mechanism. That's nice. Wow, that's a lot to read in terms of how this setup is put together. As usual, most of these direction detection setups, I mean, obviously, you know, the direction sensing mechanism is always the boo, and then you usually have something like the thwomp offset with a slope to activate it. But in terms of having a reusable and globally loaded back and forth mechanism, this is really quite complex. Really neat to see this in action. I'm just kind of parsing this in terms of... Yeah, there's a lot that's going on here positionally. So let's say you face this way, and you have active boos. And initially, you need to kind of get past this point before the mechanism kicks in, like when it's loaded in early in the level. And so let's say you turn, and the boos stop. And you see there's this very minute displacement that happens due to the claw. If you look at the claw on the left side, the blue state moves that muncher to the left. And then once it's moved to the left, you kind of get everything unstacked slightly because you start having, for example, the top left muncher stack resting principally on a note block rather than a P, and then it stops bumping the small muncher in the top middle. And then you see you've got this whole displacement that's happening with Junior as well. Yeah, it's remarkable that, you know, this tech was put together the way it was. And kind of looks like a General BB special, actually. It seems like one of those where he's sitting on tons of detection mechanisms like that that are underused. And so I don't know who designed this one specifically, but that was marvelously complex. Yeah, we've seen lots of direction detection mechanisms over the course of this game, and you know, just getting them to be fully loaded and reusable and reducing latency, those are a whole set of problems. Whoops. That, as much as it looks like a jumble of spaghetti code, it's pretty satisfying to see that in action. And yeah, in Wary Mouse, you're saying nice invention, but you're still waiting for flying cars to be a normal thing. Yeah, that's an energy consumption problem more than anything, I think. Now, if flying cars had direction detection, then we're talking. Oops. Nope. Yeah, we need better jumps, better slides there, basically. Or we get into quite a bit of trouble. We can always kind of work our way out of trouble by just getting back to safety on the left side, but interestingly enough, you jump into this, it could spring you pretty far and get you lots of momentum, but no, that was dangerous. I guess if you need a reversal, you just jump into that. And then you don't need to sort of restart the mechanism from the beginning. Okay, this we can jump on now. Then we get into this sequence. Oh, again, too much sliding, because I keep forgetting that we need to account for the natural slide that occurs in the nighttime ice theme, which I totally forgot about as I got onto that blue platform. Yeah, so here, if you're stuck like this, for instance, you just get a bounce. And then, unfortunately, I slammed into the wall, which cut my horizontal momentum just a little too much. But okay, there we go, except I hit the icicle in the last minute. Had to watch the track setup as well in terms of making sure that we don't get dunked down below. And you can take the spring if you want speed, but if you don't care about the speed, then you can just keep going. Oh, that was unfortunate. I was trying to jump up that stack because I feel like getting up that stack successfully might get you something. Again, you don't want to hit the wall at all. If you hit the wall at all, then you just don't land afterwards. Whoops. You know, it's easier if we just do this. This. There we go. Yeah, because you do need to toggle the tracks accurately as you go there. We've been doing it somewhat on instinct, but mistakes do happen. Nope. Yeah, because basically you don't want to drop off the tracks. Sure, we'll just do this with the booze. Whoop. Nope, I want to run this a little bit. Yeah, the thing is, you have this little wind up on the ice that you always have to deal with. I suspected that was a coin and we got it. So I think we have everything but a 50 at this point, I believe. Oh, there's a coin up top that we can see. We do need to do some switching here, though. However, if you're able to take damage, then you're able to go through that. But we wouldn't want to rely on that. because we should generally presume that things are designed to be done damageless. Okay. Down here. Yeah, we've seen the 10 coin already, so we'll just skip it. I see. Okay. Nope. That's to 50. And we know how to do it, it's just that we did the directional changes a little too impulsively there. We'll wait. There we go. Yeah, just need to be very exact about the track changes. Whoops, no. I say that just as we made that specific mistake for the first time, I think. Oops. Come on. Come back, and then... Fine. We'll just take it. Less crouching that we need to do here, at least. Okay, down, and then we just need to switch through this stuff accurately. And I was just about to try to jump off of that, but once again, winding up with the friction from the ice steam that slows you down initially is something that we have to account for. Oh, close one there. Yeah, very responsive central mechanism. We need to not back out into that jump, though. That's starting to become a bit of a problem. Nope. Yeah, we'll go for that 50, obviously. I think everything else has been accounted for at this point. Nope, backed out too much. And whoops, bumped that a little too far to the left here. Yeah, we'll just take it patiently. Whoops. No, unfortunately, just poor positioning there due to that bonsai, so we do need to stay rather low. Better to just stop there, I think. We'll even just wait here. It's just much smoother to do that if you're not in a hurry. Okay, again, oh no, we've been overcorrecting. Really can't overcorrect. You have to commit to the direction until the platform is definitively past the switch junction. Yeah, give ourselves lots of airtime. Oh, no, again, ice. But we'll get back into it this way. And let's see. Okay. Good. Oh. Just a little late on that. getting away from that boo. Oh, nope. Again, slipped off because of the ice. I was trying to press into that, but not by far enough because ice momentum carried me off the platform just as we were adjusting on top of it. I mean, with all this sliding, you do need the ice team for this to work smoothly. As a platforming experience, but we're definitely getting caught out by that from time to time when it comes to landing smoothly on all the right platforms. Oh, I got nudged by that. I was hoping it would just sail right under me and match the pixel there, but unfortunately, bullet took precedence and we just bumped it. So, just a very unfortunate coincidence of timing that time around. Nope, and once again, we are undercorrecting for slipping on ice. Possibly because sometimes, you know, when I press too far to overcorrect, then we might have some last-minute directional switching, which could really throw me off when we are dependent on maintaining a single direction for controlled bursts. So, let's do this once again. Then, yep, just need to, once again, really maintain control over when things are being switched. And then that'll just take us back. And we'll continue past this point, and then that's all ready to clear. Okay. Well, we got everything, so. That was right near the end the whole time. I can see this being a satisfying speedrun to do, for sure. If, as I was saying, you just play it like a Sonic level. Rusty Dusty Rails. Let's see the description for this one. Luigi, the Klutzias, finds himself in an urban landscape swallowed by an endless sea of sand. Worn buildings pierce the horizon as the sun scorches the earth. Ordinarily, navigating through this place would be impossible, but luckily there are bony contraptions littered throughout to assist Luigi on his adventure. Now he can ride across the sandscape with the help of those rusty, dusty rails. So yeah, the different canonical protagonists kind of take turns over the course of the special world after having rotated through the main 8 together. Let's take a look at this one. Okay, we'll grab that. Is this anything? Nope. Ah, that's the track box that lands in. Well, it's not a very rusty rail anymore, by the looks of it. But we should look for where these could potentially project you, in case they take you quite far. Indeed. Well, we just jump up here to see the one up. Then let's head back down. This is just the introductory segment. After that, question block over here looks like you would need to drop something like a shell into the bottom right corner. I don't see where we have that. There's the shell. Sends you up all the way to the 10. ride this up. This is just a slide down. Whoop. By down, I didn't mean that far down, but that's okay. We have a way to continue. This means that we didn't do it as smoothly as we could have, but I don't think that affects anything when it comes to secret placement or whatever else, so... Whatever this was a progressive power-up for, we didn't see it. A lot of this is just going to be momentum. Let's just take a look down here to see if we're missing anything, like a 10. And then that is going to give you a central ring that we can jump towards somewhat accurately. I mean, everything's more or less pretty safe here. As checkpoint, we're going to get a fire flower. Fire flower will get us what? We'll see. So this is going to be a drop off the 10. That's pretty simple. So we've got 10, 10, 10. I see a hard block there, but clearly that's just decorative. I don't think it's a scroll break or anything. And then it is possible to come up here, but you have to slide through the donut block on that side. That's fine. That's doable as long as we maintain momentum to actually slide. Okay, in that case, yeah, we've seen that one already. And 10s are all accounted for. We've seen those so far. Yeah, a little jump out of there will be fine, and then we do want to come through here to see whatever is upstairs, which is nothing. But we'll get the flower. And here, yeah, again, there's a lot you can kind of do if you want to play this as a speed level. Kind of feel like people who go for the records would be getting the most out of this experience when it comes to some of the various placements. Wonder if there was something in the middle here. Probably not. What about down here? Nope, just spikes. And then this is going to be another landing for a skull, and then we'll make sure we tap the one on the left side and work our way up to the top left, because clearly that's something. Also, this is something. Let's see what this is. Yeah, you would need to drop another platform down here and then progress to the left. And we'll see what that is. Could be one of these. Yeah, it totally is. That looks like it's going to be the optional route with the pipe in the top right being the exit. Oh, except everything's gone. Did we despawn it? Feels like it should have dropped there. Kinda surprised it didn't, unless we're missing something. Let's try to get out of range and try to respawn some of those. Take a look at those properly, because I feel like those platforms should have given me something down below. Yeah, it totally does. There's the 50. Yeah, we just got out of range of it and despawned it completely. So 50 is accounted for. I think we still have a 30 to look for, but could be wrong. Anyway, let's grab this. That means that we can get some of the piranha plants out of the way as well, if necessary. And again, some bumpers here for speeding around if you so choose. Yeah, just getting rid of these entirely just makes a certain amount of sense. I wonder if there's a good reason to climb on this. Guess it's just there as a safety point, if necessary. A couple of tracks to the left make me think that we should try to load something optional there too. Yeah, oh yeah, that's the 30. You can ride it over. But we lost a skull, so we need to respawn it. Oh, not like that, we don't. We want to get out of its range so we can ride it accurately over. That can be done, we just don't have flour for it now. Flour just is there to make your life easier, it's not required for anything. It's back to its original traditional purpose of helping you where necessary. Yeah, not the easiest thing to get out of range and respawn the skull platform if you do miss it, I think. But we will go for it. And we'll try to go for everything here a bit more accurately. Although, later with that skull platform, that is going to require some crouching. Like right here. Yeah, no, it's just we don't have a good position for that. Because you would need to be basically on the last skull, I think, and be on the bottom to have enough of a good clear opening to jump towards the blue skull. You have to do something similar on the blue skull before it drops off as well. So I don't know if we have a good chance to go far enough and back enough to respawn all that. We'll try it. Yeah, we can actually. Might even be easier while small. Much easier while small. And that's just ground blocks there, so we'll just head down as our safety point and continue. So all coins accounted for at this point in this level, so let's just get out and get clear. And given a pacing here, that is in fact it. Let's keep an eye out for any other additional secrets, I guess, but I don't think there are any. We'll just take that and go. Okay, that went relatively smoothly. Let's take a look at Pop-Up Pipeway. It's going to be the second one in this series by Nibuz, who previously delivered, I think, one of the best levels in the whole set. The one that was in the State Switch level that was in World 7 here, Malware Manor. One of the standouts of the entire experience, I think. We'll see how this one goes. Pop-Up Pipeway. The description says, if climbing to space is too hard, how about being launched there? Someone has built a series of devices which are being tested for their ability to send someone flying to the stars. But the proper safety regulations for such devices have been ignored completely. Mario is going to have to investigate the work site fully to make an accurate report to the Union. So, we can expect some cannon launching mechanisms if you take a look at the thumbnail here. That will be fun. Let's see how they do. Any reason to drop off here? Not really. So, clown car offsets going on here. Let's... Oh, I see. You compress and then the note blocks do the rest. Interesting. Simple and elegant. Low budget, too. Let's go around this guy. He's wearing his deadly helmet. And, yeah, semi-solids are going to take priority over pipes here. We can't enter any of that, I don't think. Yeah, we'll just wait for an ample opportunity to bust some of that. I don't know if we can use the shell for anything here, but we should take a look at this pipe. I see that there's an exit pipe that drops on top of donut blocks on the top left as well. And then we'll just juggle on top here until we get to the 10 coin, and then we'll go back down to the donut drop that we spied in the top left corner. Again, don't know if there's a reason that we want to take a red shell. But, could be. Certainly makes that easier. So we just knock this down instead of having to jump over it with the level's central mechanic. Oh, something to the left. I mean, oh, I see. I was about to say, I guess you could shell jump off the left side, but no, why would you when you could just step here instead? I'll just wait for an appropriate moment here. Oh, that was not great. Rather poorly calculated. Oh, I was expecting to land on something that would boost me here. Now you don't want to get the boost here because that would slam you up above. So now we're reaching circumstances where we need to read when boosting is a bad idea. So that seems to be okay so far. Now we've got some advanced launchers where we offset from the side. And then the column is going to go quite a bit further up. So we have a single launching mechanism that actually does multiple jobs here as it allows you to climb off the side. Oops, that was inaccurate. Whoops, that really threw me off. But if you do fall down and make it to safety, you can just retrace your way up with the way that this mechanism just kind of reloads itself. And gets back into place. Oops. Nope, need a bit more of a run here. Nope. It's bad timing. Need a lot more leftward momentum. That was pretty precisely placed to just require exactly that. There we go. Get a bit of a run there, and then that gets you through. I kind of suspected we were due for power up. I also suspect that cannonball here on the left is going to be a bonus. Oh, nope. Dropped off by mistake. There we go, there's a 10. As expected. That is 3 10s accounted for at this point, I think. We'll need to wait on this donut. And then we'll hug the blaster over here. Beautiful offset on that. Do need a partial donut drop. Very nice to use the donut drop, in fact. And then kind of feel like that has some potential there, but we'd have to raise the cannon by stepping on it first, and then when we raise it, then we have it fire. And then we can get up here. That's 30. Very satisfying one to get as well. Okay, it looks like we're near the end here, but we've got the 50 to account for, don't we? Don't we? Maybe we did miss it. Maybe we should have entered a different pipe at the end there. Suspicious. I don't think we saw the 50. I feel like maybe there's a block here where that blue bit is dangling. No. Or maybe we needed a power-up at this point, like we had a progressive power-up where we could have a leaf to fly. That would be a possibility. I think what we're going to do is we're going to grab the clear. I might scout that. I could just explore the whole thing, but I just want to take a peek to see if it was on the final screen, just to shortcut things slightly. On the final screen, no, looks like there's nothing. So we just missed it elsewhere. So I wonder if there was another pipe we could have entered. Or if I did see it at some point, I just missed it. We saw it at 30, we saw 10, 10, 10. What else could we have missed? I mean, maybe with the two pipes beside each other at the end, we could have just entered a different one. I don't know if this is the sort of level that would hide a secret inside one of the green pipes that is not a clearly marked blue pipe entry. Because it seems like there would just be so much to choose from, that would be potentially a bit of choose. So let's try it again just in case. Very gentle level just to traverse through, but didn't I get a 50 at the end of the vertical section jumping on the cannonball? I thought that was the 30. Unwary Mouse, either a French vanilla or a double with donut-wise, I usually go for maple dip. That seems to be the regular thing for me. So you're saying I got to 50 right at the end of the vertical section jumping on a cannonball. I thought that was the 30. But maybe I'm wrong. Did I... Let's speed through it and let's go back. Yeah, so Unwary Mouse, yeah, it's absolutely correct for you to expect that I would just have an answer prepared. Or what, at a moment's notice, I would just grab from Tim's. So, man, you're saying, yeah, you assumed that it was 50 because of that at the end. That's the thing, I thought I got a 30 at the end, and that's why I was still looking for the 50. This might have been hidden somewhere else. I'll go through this and I'll try to at least account for all the spots that we looked at so far. So we know, for instance, that if memory serves, first spot over here, not here. Let me check what that was. Not this one, but first spot up above here was a 10, right? I'm pretty sure, because that loops you over to the top. That was one of the 10s. We got that. Yeah, I thought it was a 30 and that I was surprised it was just a 30. But I might have miscounted somewhere. So this is just a second 10 here, right? Hang on. Oh right, this is the bit where I was talking about doing a shell jump. Just to pretend we can pull off that kind of thing on a regular basis. Let me just check. See, this is what happens when I don't really keep track. Whoops. Yeah, and Unwary Mouse, you were recommending the blueberry fritters. I should look into that. Oops. Evo, welcome. And yeah, we've really enjoyed the multiple levels that we've seen of yours so far, and thanks also for putting together such a convenient playlist. Because that's what we've been using so far for browsing purposes. So yeah, we've seen this secret. I'm combing through this level again because if you just dropped in, I could not remember if I got the 50. I don't think I did. I thought the last coin was a 30, but I have to inspect this carefully again now just to check for that kind of thing. Because there are all those donuts on the left side that could have been dropped through. Oh, no, let's not do that. Hang on. And yeah, speaking of thoroughness, I feel like I've been talking about this throughout, but traditional design in the Nintendo school of design, I think, really needs that to work in some ways. It needs that exploration, it needs something to spread out the gentle pacing. And I feel like outside of projects like this one, where people make a concerted agreement to have a scheme for secrets that people look for, that has dropped out a little too much in Mario Maker. That, you know, is such an essential part of our subjective feeling for what constitutes traditional Mario design. And yet Mario Maker just kind of discourages it in some ways by being so focused on the clear. Fire Flower. I don't think we actually needed that at any point. So Cannonball over here we jumped on. That was the third 10. So that was the third 10 over here. Blue pipes here don't seem to do anything. Except marking a potential exit. So we did the cannon bit at the top that I think was actually a 30. I'm looking at the side to see if any of those pipes could potentially be entered. And then, whoops, not quite. 3 10s, a 30, and a 50 are in every level. Yeah, it's something that the world map on the website makes clear. And for those who haven't seen it, I'll put the website in the chat again. Yeah, I haven't been absolutely clearing 100% of everything. Notably, we missed a key in 5-4. That one's still kind of nagging at me because we spent so long secret hunting on that level. But I think I missed a few other things too. But generally, we've been pretty good about finding everything on, and also some of the rooms as well. The SDB6 rooms where they exist. So yeah, we got over here previously. That's a 30. So we didn't see the 50 at any point. And I think we might have just straight up missed it because I don't see the opportunity to find that in the final area. Unless there's a secret pipe entry. So we might have to comb through this one a little bit more. So we know there's a fire flower that we could have taken this far, but I don't see anything that we could have actually done with that. Another possibility I was considering was just, whoops, having a leaf at this point and flying out, but that one in 5-4 is the toughest secret, and it's so cool. Yeah, I feel like I need to return to that at some point. I missed so many of the secrets in 5-4, that's the thing, and I spent a ton of extra time combing over the whole level and was satisfied with finding 3 or 4 more other things that I didn't catch the first time. And anyway, we clearly haven't seen the 50 in this level. I just inspected it carefully and we're missing it. So these blue pipes are suspicious. That's the thing. They look like exits. They look like exits that would have reset us through something else much earlier. But I feel like checking every green pipe is maybe not the correct approach. Look at how this can spring up, and you can maybe sneak over to Boom Boom's area if you're really careful about it. I don't know about that. Yeah, there are only a handful of SDB6 rooms, and you think they're all in World 1 and 2. Apart from the ones that are just in the same room as some of the 50s, I guess, because we did see some other ones with text. But yeah, that's why I, on my first stream, spent lots and lots of time in World 1 and 2 as well, because we started noticing that as a pattern and started really looking for that in earnest. So, the blue pipes make me think that we should have hit an entrance by this point, rather than having to reverse back here. But the blue pipes absolutely look like something that we should have been attentive to. So the idea here was if you bump this up, maybe you can sneak over to Boom Boom, but I don't think that timing works. I don't really see it happening. But maybe there's something similar, like a bump somewhere else that gives you access to a pipe above Boom Boom. I don't want to hint yet, I would say. I wouldn't like a hint yet. There may come a point, but I generally try to go for as long as I can without assistance. Nothing down here. So we know that we have access to a Firefly when we play accurately. We also know how to get over here. And that this sends you up right away. The fact that it sends you up right away is kind of suspicious. It makes me think that we should try to go through this pipe before we get bumped up all of a sudden. It forces you up. And that feels like something I should check. The fact that I'm forced through right away makes me think that's worth checking. And thank you so much for the follow. Back in 4-1, I was wondering if the 50 was in the same room or a copy of the room. Yeah, no, I remember what you're talking about. The one that had the 50 in the top corner, right? Where there's a bit of camera control there that walls off everything to the right of it. I think I know the spot you're talking about, thinking back to a few days ago. And I was thinking about the camera, and it seemed like it only made sense if it was in a copy of the room, if it was doubled that way. Nope. Double checking there. Nope. That's not it. And we got a raid. Whoa, a big one from Altea Games. And welcome, Altea. I saw that you were running a pretty long session today, and I guess you finished with Animal Crossing. Because I think I did see that you were running a bit of Mario Party earlier on. Hope everything has been very enjoyable over there, and thank you so much for bringing such a large audience. For those just joining us, welcome Dewey, Sneaky Sea Otters, etc. You did 2 12-hour streams in a row, so you're pretty tired. Yeah, understandably. We are running Super Discord Brother 6, which is a traditional project in Mario Maker that has been long in the making. And I am currently in World 9 of 9, and we're just doing a lot of secret hunting right now and trying to cover all optional objectives if I can. So we might also be here a while. But I do highly recommend this as a level set to play as a whole package for those looking for more Mario Maker content. And yeah, it's very accessible. It's one of the bigger traditional style projects that I can think of. So the spots that we had considered checking so far, the Boom Boom down below. This cannon we have previously raised to go to the top right. Past this point we get into the exit room, and I don't know if we have any opportunity for the 50 from there. Let's try to time this. So we saw the 30 up top. Whoops. What? And then we're totally going to miss here. But we saw nothing up top, though. We didn't actually have an entrance. And yeah, Altia Games, I mean, you know, 2 consecutive 12-hour streams. Raid and Run is absolutely expected. So thank you so much once again for bringing a huge audience our way. And we will definitely see you around. So. And yeah, Sneaky Sea Otters, thank you so much for any recommendation you may have given as well. Oops. And thank you so much for the follows. Let's see here. Let's trace our way over here. So I really don't know if it would have been in this section. I mean, you know, these blue pipes look so suspicious, but we don't really have anything that would take us there. We saw it at 10. We shouldn't presume that things are placed in order, because the 50 might have been much earlier if it's something difficult to execute. Really, the fact that this opens up next to the Boom Boom is so suspicious. But I just don't see a good way to do that. Like, the timing just doesn't make sense. But if you place something like a shell there to add weight, I wonder if you could do that. You'd have to take damage to do that, though. To jump into a shell and then use that. No, it's not on a seesaw, though, so it's not a seesaw weight plate, but... And how would that work? Because if you step on the cannon... I actually don't know how it's loaded on the bottom, because you've got Boom Boom being loaded down there. It's actually the Boom Boom jump. Or rather, no, it's the Clown Car, so... But then the Clown Car is going to respond to Mario's weight. It's not going to respond to shell weight, I don't think. Because... Yeah, it's based on compressing the Clown Car down below. The shell weight, if it's a seesaw mechanism, that would work, but... That's a good question. Like, if we tried to use something like a shell to open up a Boom Boom, I think you have to take damage to do that generally. There's no easy way to get a shell otherwise. Let's start over. I want to come through the first part of the level just in case. And again, we haven't been doing an absolute 100% in this series here, so we could wind up skipping it if it's just something that's seemingly a bit too forbidding. Notice too that there's this whole left side column that we never did anything with. Okay. So nothing here. Just want to comb through it carefully again. I really don't think it's going to be something as obtuse as entering some undesignated green pipe. I think it's going to be probably clearer than that, but... We know that we can turn that over and that we can grab a shell that way by bumping this. Nothing below. And then we know we can get a buffer to 10, but then that's just a 10. We've seen it previously. Shell jump up here? No, it's not going to be that. Just checking down below to see if there was anything there. There's something in the top left here. I think we saw that previously, though. That just is the 10 that we had noticed before. So, in that case, I just don't see a good candidate for what 50 could be. I mean, I had considered just dropping down this side much earlier, but didn't think so. No, there's no way. So we're clearly missing something. Again, the blue pipes that were protruding from the side in the second segment are the most visually suspicious location that's unaccounted for, because they look very much like they're an exit from something like a secret room. But we just don't know what the entrance would be. Okay, nothing here. I mean, there's this top central segment. I feel like that's just big open space, though. You know, I was thinking these slots on the side here. Well, no, if there's anything to land on, that would be on camera. That's clearly just a spring that you have to avoid, the way that we've been reading it already. So I'm not really seeing it. You can get a shell, you can go up here. Or, whoops, a 10. Just not finding it yet. And we'll go back to look in the second section, but like, I really don't see it so far. And we'll go around this guy. Yeah, again, this was definitely just a 10. We should check that room again just one more time, but I really don't think it's doubled up with another secret in here. Doesn't look that way. Let's jump over. And yeah, you actually can enter the pipes that are stacked over the bridge pattern. So we should actually be checking down entries a lot more than we have. But again, I really doubt it's something as obtuse as just picking some green pipe to enter. I feel like it's going to be maybe more sophisticated than that. Let's see what we can do then. So that seems like there's something up above. No, there's nothing. Oh, yeah, let's get around that as before. Is there anything that's been unaccounted for here? Let's see. Let me check down here just to check the camera for anything like pipe entrances that are suspiciously low or anything of the sort. Nope, I really feel like we should check this section thoroughly. If we have checked this section thoroughly, first of all, why the donut blocks over here? That's kind of suspicious in its own right. I guess it allows you to just lower that out of the way, but why would you? So yeah, again, if we were able to manipulate the weight plate here, maybe we can get over the boom boom. Or if we just think about what else we can open by compression. Oh, whoops. Quite a checkpoint though, so not a big deal to experiment a bit. But again, I really don't think it's just going to be a matter of checking every night. I think it's got to be something clearer. That's just my hunch. You got all these munchers over here. That's just there to prevent the landing, though. And we check the left side because that's just a 10 coin. Down. Down, nope. Nothing to stand on here. Nothing to stand on here. You know what? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Donut block. I see it. I see it. I see it. It's this donut block right here. It's very subtle. Very subtle. That's absolutely it. Because I was thinking, oh, there's no pipe entry when you hit from underneath. Well, of course there isn't. Let's not get squished. Very nice. Very nice. You really have to watch the columns carefully to see that. But yeah, I mean, obviously these pipes drew attention to themselves. It's just that, you know, I checked this and I thought, okay, there's nothing. And then we didn't even think about the donut block. And the fact that this guy's walking and patrolling there too just makes it look like an extra deterrent, right? Well, that was worth the check. I'm glad we searched for it. Let's close out the level just to enjoy the mechanics one more time. And yeah, glad we found that without hits. And so I actually dropped those donuts earlier. Yeah, I probably just didn't even stop to think about it. Because I didn't think about that as a column for a pipe entry. But tunnel vision is a thing, and so... Yeah, Mang, you were going mad because you had mentioned that earlier too. You noticed the pipes and... You know, we have our blind spots. That just happens. You spent your time trying to enter that Boom Boom as well. Yeah, FIFA, if you haven't had a chance to see it, I found this terribly convoluted way to get the 10 coin in the exit room of this level. I really picked this thing apart, and I not only found a 10 coin, but I also found a way to just backtrack through the entire level with the state switch, and sort of did everything but the actual natural solution that was designed. And Gritofi had to kind of spell it out to me afterwards that it was meant to be much simpler than I thought, because I saw some things that were clearly meant to be, you know, remote mechanisms and switch mechanisms and such, and I just went in there and broke them because it seemed easier than figuring out what they were for. And so that kind of stuck out as a very similar moment. But okay, this is going to be another Theorymon level after having seen Theorymon deliver that amazing multi-level Bowser boss just earlier in the stream. And yeah, people, you heard about it and you haven't seen it yet. Well, it's all in the VOD, so it took some time to put together, but I was very satisfied that I did it my way, even though it was clearly not intended. And it also kind of revealed a very edge case behavior to me that I hadn't noticed earlier, which is that if you had something like a mole stacked on top of the thwomp, and if you jump on top of the mole and affect the thwomp stack, then it actually interrupted the thwomps from continuing to cut all the way through the blocks below them, big thwomps, with, you know, cutting through ice and so on. And so that was probably the unintended behavior that I triggered, which would not have been picked up during testing necessarily, because it's just such an odd behavior that I think outside of some rather obscure trolls or puzzles, I really haven't seen that used intentionally. This level's kind of crazy. Solar Switchcraft. Yeah, Theorymon creations are always kind of a treat. I had seen, because like I said, Theorymon's the person in Mario Maker that I've probably known for the longest. I had seen him sort of upload some kind of Angry Sun playtest over the course of the year, and I didn't look at it because I was thinking, okay, he's cooking something, and he's cooking something with his son. And so we'll finally see what it is. The description says, Larry had the perfect revenge plan for Toad, a huge castle in the sky full of chain chomps and dastardly tramps. But today is a bad day for Larry, because the Angry Sun has decided to roast every living thing in the tower, including Toadette, who is paying the castle a visit instead of Toad. Larry is desperate to carry out his revenge anyways, but the Angry Sun has its own ideas, activating switches to ruin Larry's traps and set some of its own for Toadette. So, let's take a look. Okay, so Sun's just going to snap into position. The fact that it's auto-scroll is important, of course, because it means that the Sun has a totally reliable camera position. And we'll just make sure we don't run into too many issues with Larry there. So that's kind of interesting. That sweep there. How did... I have to take a closer look at that. Because I think it's just something that looks like the Sun is touching the switch, it's actually an off-screen illusion that's timed because it's auto-scroll and you can just, time things whenever you want. But it creates this intuitive idea that the switch happens when the Sun overlaps the button. Which is nice. It's like it's disguising a mechanism, but in a very subjective and easily visible way to the player. And that's always fun to watch. When you might have a very complex mechanism or timing setup behind the scenes, but from the player's perspective, you just need to watch the simple intuitive thing. That's something we've been talking about with several of the levels in SDB 6 so far, and it's always fun to see. We need to not get caught by absolutely everything here. Anyway, let's hang left here. That seems to be the way to get past, and we'll just get chomped. Fiho, you got to board your flight. Yeah, have a good flight. And thank you so much for dropping by once again and for everything that you've done to make this project happen. Okay, let's grab that. Also, I've been reading your name as FIFO all this time because I just assume it stands for first in, first out, like in queuing theory. But I might be completely wrong. Who knows? Okay, well, let's just duck in here and watch Larry get dunked. Whoops. But yeah, very cool idea, especially with this custom scroll that also manipulates the vertical position. So it's not just a forward scroll, it's a custom scroll that nevertheless still has these totally reliable Sun positions and bomb timings. Not bomb timings, but, switch timings, rather. Okay, sneaking under on ground level seems best here. It's going to hit, and when it hits, it's going to affect the chomp position, and also it's going to whack the POW. I feel like when the Sun intersects the POW, that there's also going to be a POW effect that happens, that it's, again, meant to look like the Sun is pressing switches, and that includes the Sun whacking the POW. I thought the level description said something about that, but anyway. Okay. Let's watch this carefully, and we'll just make sure we find some reliable safe spots. Dodging the chomp seems to be the major issue for me here, especially with low headroom. And again, we should just let the chomps jump over. Okay, it's gonna sweep. Yeah, let's just stay low a little bit longer than we've been doing it. Seems like it's easier to do it that way. We've seen this coin before, but whatever, we'll go for it again anyway. So, yeah, it's going to hit on off, presumably it's going to hit POW. The sweep is likely to melt the ice that drops to the blaster as well. Okay. You know what, let's skip it this time. We've seen it before. And we'll miss that, but that's something, yep. And of course that's going to chase. Thwomp is also going to chase when the time comes, but we basically need this to sweep. And then it's going to sweep and drop everything out, but then we jump towards this, and very nice. Exactly how we thought it would work. We should have watched that carefully. P-switch, though. Oh, 30 coins over there, though. We totally would have missed the opportunity. Yeah, we missed it. Let's just take a death here, and so we can try for the 30 again. Okay, let's grab this. And then we got there just in time, great. And not so great. That's good. Like I said, we don't need to go for that every time. I'm just making it a bit of a habit, I guess. We accounted for that one. There's a 30 coin up ahead as well. We'll just mentally try to keep track. Okay, good. And again, we'll just try not to get caught by the projectiles either. Oh, we got caught by the projectiles right on time. So, we'll grab this. I don't know what kind of progressive power up it might have been, but jump down here and then watch that sweep. Oh, too far. I don't know why we went for that muncher. I know that that gets manipulated, but I don't remember how. I'm trying to read that in a way that will make sense, because we don't know where P-switch gets activated by the sweep. It's a little outside of what we were able to see on the camera at the time, and so... Oh, caught. Yeah, so let's not get zapped. And we'll just wait for this without getting chased by the thwomp. Let's not slide too far this time. Yeah, okay, the P-switch activates all across there. And then we can go for the 30 coin for that. Okay, great. Except I'm just going to scroll pretty quickly for me here. Were we too slow or something? Because I didn't see a way to lower that. Oh, no, we just needed to step on it, didn't we? I think we just needed to step on it. I couldn't see whether it was on a seesaw or some other kind of base that could be compressed, but we should have assumed that would be the case. I thought it was going to sweep the on-off switch and then lower the gate for me or something, but that was not happening anytime soon, so... Never mind that. Oh, whoops. Jumped right into it. Okay, there we go. Up, whoops. Again, staying on just a little bit longer here is better for dodging the chomp. It's going to sweep at this point. Whoop. Yeah, we got zoned out by everything there. The projectile was causing problems. And then, here we go. Nope. I should know by this point that I should duck there instead of trying to outpace the sun's movement on its sweep upwards. In general, we'll try to position the Koopaling projectiles left if we can, or at least have them not obstruct the intended jump that we are shortly doing. We'll make sure we don't overshoot. Yeah, if we stand on top over here, on top of these remaining coins, and it hits the P-switch at the top right corner. That's why it's something that initially challenging to see. Also, hitting our head on the block there is a bit of a problem. Nope. Or, actually, I should be able to just catch that with a slide. A big chomp. Well, let's see. Yeah, because I'm definitely bumping my head in that area to something that I'm not able to see immediately, but we'll try to correct for that. You don't think I can slide chomps? Yeah, I was thinking I couldn't. Like, surely we would have seen that before if I could, but... It's one of those things where in the middle of playing, you start considering all options, no matter how ridiculous. Oh, okay. Leaf. That's new. Oh, and of course we stuck there too long and lost the leaf. That's fine. But the leaf gives you a natural option to play with in terms of just whipping your way through the chomp, right? So that's one possibility. There we go. Speaking of the slide. Whoop. Compress? Yes, compress. And then we just got hit by the sun anyway. And then there's a key that comes out there in the bottom right that we totally weren't paying attention to. Okay. Wow, I actually got through that rather successfully this time. Yeah, best option is to get the leaf and keep it. But if we can't do that, and we're not going to do that, then we'll see what else is possible. Yeah, we just need to jump a little further over to the right so we get out of here before Womp becomes an issue. I mean, we've seen the 30 a few times successfully at this point. Whoop. Way too early on that. Yeah, the P-switch comes as a bit of a surprise in some ways because it scrolls on screen right as the sun gets in position to touch it, so... I guess when we look at something like that, we know something like a P is coming, but... Does press your reaction time a bit relative to some of the other setups. Whoops. But yeah, typically, in the best case, we get a leaf in this location. And yeah, we'll wait. Get a nice full jump for the P-switch activation. There we go. Yeah, you can totally slide it, actually. Slide is the way. Serves me right for assuming that Mang is 100% accurate about mechanics here. You apologize to all chumps for thinking they're unslidable. Yeah, imagine what kind of things we could break with that knowledge now, right? Have to go through all the Mang levels involving chumps. Slide into everything now, just in case. Now, I'm sure in a practical setting you probably knew perfectly well that it was slidable, but it's hard to, you know, make accurate claims about Mario Maker on a moment's notice in a chat. I certainly know that I, when streaming, get mixed up about basic mechanics in a way that I never would in a setting where I had the editor open or wasn't paying attention to a level at the same time. Anyway, we're going to lose the opportunity for the leaf once again, but now we know the slide interaction for 30. We don't really need to do it every time, but I do feel like I've solved it, so... Ooh, that was an awkward jump. I feel like I don't even know what the path forward would be if you don't get here anyway. Yeah, no, you have to go anyway, so it's just that if you have time to grab the 30, you can loop around, but and you just have more time to progress forward here. But you've got plenty of time to catch up anyway, given the auto scroll. Now, this is the furthest that we've gotten in the level so far, so 50. Can I hit these from under? We need a lot of sideways momentum to catch that, I think. Like if we jump like this. Oh, we need the lower cannonball. Yeah, that's what it is. That's tricky, but it's very easily visible what it is you need to do, but actually doing it will require a little bit of diving. Yeah, I can see what I'm supposed to do, but the execution is going to feel a little bit tight before we get the hang of it. So what have we seen so far? We've seen 10, 30, 50, and I think I'm trying to remember how many 10s we've seen up to this point. Because we've gotten to the point of starting to skip over the ones we've done already. I think we just saw the 110. But I might be wrong. Yeah, the 110 that's on the top left over here, we saw that. Got caught once again. And we'll keep our eye on all this. Glad that timing worked out. Didn't think it would. So yeah, we've seen 110, we've seen the 30 and the 50. Oh, got hit. Okay, so now we can press. Fire, whoop. That's the thing, is that if they're going to fire at the same time, from... which I think might be dependent on how quickly you scroll over there and the way you spawn in. Like, I don't know how much variance there is going to be to the firing synchronization of the two cannons, just depending on when we get them on screen, right? Have to see how to make that timing work out to jump on a lower cannonball. We don't need it at the minimum height necessarily. But we don't quite have a sense of how exact it has to be yet, so... It's auto-scroll, so it's always the same. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That it is going to be a totally reliable load-in. You're right. I spent so much time talking at the beginning of the level, too, about how, it's auto-scroll, so everything is going to be reliable. And... so yeah, it is going to be a pretty consistently tuned challenge where when the first one fires, you kind of have to go for the second. So I think we actually don't need the absolute minimum height. It might be a bad idea because you would miss the timing. We still missed the timing, but that's because I jumped too far away from the edge. I don't think you want to go at an absolute minimum, because if you do, you just get stalled out by the cannonball that is going left. Man, you don't want to have to apologize to auto-scrolls as well, yeah. It's okay, it's not like we were sliding into them. Just to see what would happen. I mean, given, whoops, all of the Mang levels we played at this point, you certainly wouldn't want to be wrong about something like that. It would be a dramatic surprise. Whoops. Okay, we're not going to get 30 this time, I don't think. Just, oh yes we are, because the Chomp always gets in a sliding position at the same time there as well. Okay, so let's do a mild compression here. And then, there we go. Success. And this loads you pretty high up, but not high enough to take you to a 10 coin or anything. So let's see what this is about. Okay, so Angry Sun is going to just scroll across slightly and just tap that switch. We should have stayed on that because it was nowhere close to hitting that on-off switch. Almost looks like it's sweeping between the P and the on-off, but we didn't really read its trajectory accurately. Unfortunately, it does mean no leaf for us, at least not this early. Okay. 10 coin up there is... no, it's obviously off to Dry Bones when it's coming across. And then you drop in the right side. Yeah, man, when I saw you said nice in the chat, I immediately looked over to see if I was at 69 coins or something, but unfortunately I was already dead and at 0 coins, so... we will never know. Okay. Oh. No. We need to get the jump from the left. I think it still gets me under that corner just fine. We just need to control our positioning better. Also, you do pick up a leaf here. This is an obvious tail whip, which is probably just a one-up, but... there we go. That's correct. And then, of course, this is going to come back and zone us out. Let's try it again. Nope, just got bopped. Even a crouch jump would be a good idea there, since we're definitely holding the mushroom at that point, just from having picked it up here. Well, unless we get zapped, of course, which is likely in its own way. No, that's the thing. We previously got it, but we'll need to fix up that jump. I want to show that I can get it and get out safely. Whoops. I guess not. That's okay, let's keep playing. And we take a death, we'll just go for it again, but okay. So it's going to drop that after the P-switch expires. Oh. That's okay, that was still safe, technically. And this is the last 10 coin to account for. Good. It's the switch. Over the icicles. Let's get onto the stump now. I guess we would need to come around this way to open the scroll. Very nice. And then we've got something else coming. Okay. It's Larry time. We just do the bombardment here. Float our way over to the other side once it's open. Yeah, once the sun is in that position, that's not a bad idea. We'll need to place this again, though. There we go. Second hit, and then we need to get the star because the sun, of course, is the one that is holding the key. And yeah, of course we get more stars to, make this clearable. Nope. Let's grab this. Trying to hit this accurately on this column. There we go. Very nice finish. And up this tower we go. And then this is going to be a rocket ship to the next level. I think we want to check this pipe. Hang on. Let's not accidentally hit the gold card, though. And look at that, it's a boom boom room. don't even know what the thing on the left is. Like a Pokeball or something. Now we'll fly up there and we'll see. This is the number 6 room, but... Can we do something about that boom boom? Who knows? Nope, nothing in here, but... It's more fireworks. What about these snake blocks? Nope, can't step on those. We'll hit everything just to check. Oh, it is the planet Earth, I guess, yeah. Maybe, I don't know. I guess it's plausible. And we even see Larry get crushed one more time. Or at least get toasted by the rocket exhaust. Okay, that was great. That was really incredibly polished, actually. I played so many Ethereum levels, and some of them are so wild with ideas that they can feel a little frayed around the edges, and in a good way, because there's just so much going on to look at. But this was a very focused experience. And everything worked out quite nicely. Let's take a look at the latest from Aegis Cook. This is Scramble a Shamble. And I'll bring up the website description for this one as well. After hours of tossing and turning, Toad finally falls asleep. They dream of machines, levers that rise and fall. At first they have control, but soon the machines go haywire, creating a mechanical cacophony that makes their head feel like it is going to explode. But if they can make it through, if they can find the strength to persevere, there may be something beautiful awaiting them on the other side. Let's find out what that may be. Yeah, 4 levels left. Let's hope we can get through it in this stream in a reasonable time. But the priority will be to take our time and explore, so... We've been pretty good about optional objectives today. Still kind of a massive tease that we missed a key in 5-4. We may have to save that for a backlog at some point, since it is apparently the hardest secret in all of STB 6, and given how much time I spent looking for it, we believe that. I think we are supposed to shoot something here, probably, if we can find a shell or something else I can send there. We'd have to throw an object. Descriptivist, you spent 4 hours sleeping to this stream in your ear. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't have any occasion to just suddenly shout in the mic all of a sudden and blow your eardrums out. I hope you had good dreams that were mostly about finding 50 coins. Hang on, let's just do this properly. Yeah, Descriptivist, hope you had a good rest. And so we need to figure out what this is about. I feel like the switch is actually going to take this over. On-off switch is going to move this on a conveyor. That's absolutely what it is, which means that we need some kind of remote activation on the switch. Probably. In order to jump accurately towards that. Oh yeah, no, because it's timed, so we can just catch that on the way over. And we just need to do that slightly later to land accurately. Unwary Mouse, you're sure he dreamt of maple dip donut? Yeah, that's entirely possible as well. I mean, I would. Unless you'd rather dream about blueberry fritters, which is also understandable. Hey, we got it. Tricky timing there, but we got it. And then we'll move this one as well. No, we should have just gone straight left. Let's get the wrenches out of the way there. Creating problems. And there we are. Okay, so... I mean... we just need to press, right? Hang on. How did we do this previously? You know I had to try it. Okay, hang on. Let's get the rocky wrench out of the way, it's just too much of a problem. Oh, I locked myself out. That's okay. You know, I had to try it twice. Going right to left is much harder with those than going left to right. That's my excuse. Not that we could do it very well the standard direction either, but... Okay, we saw this 10 already. I'm content with that. We'll try to grab the mushroom here. Oh, whoops. A little bit slow all around. Hang on. There we go. Have to get on the hard block here first to make that work properly. Yeah, so if you go for the mole first, then you kind of relinquish your opportunity to go here properly. And I guess if we raise Buzzy, and we could still... You know what? We can use it to compress this over here, if it's seesaw weight. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. And then it resets after a point when it rolls away, as it has to, because otherwise you would lock yourself, so there's actually a bit of lock protection to have the weight plate effectively, the companion Buzzy, be something that does get up and walk. So that's what it is. We should think about it as seesaw weight. I think I initially didn't think about it as seesaw weight because we had just seen recently that other blaster compression level that was with a clown car as the loading mechanism, won by Naboo's earlier in this world. Oh. You should really take this guy out. Nearly missed that. So yeah, we saw this on the left now. That accounts for 30. And same idea here, we will open this up. That would allow you to go back. Interestingly enough, we can just take this through with us to see what it does for us in the next room. Well, not going to do that, but we can jump. And actually catch the up pipe entrance. So we've got 2 10s and a 30 so far. That was dangerous, but we got it. Oops. We have enough time to get down there and tap. Probably a power-up. What power-up exactly? Well, I mean, we won't know because we'll see a mushroom. I have to love all these decorative skewer boundaries too, that are just purely decorative. We have to load the spring over to the other side here. Oh, oh, caught by the momentum there. Yeah, I love those skewer walls that are built all over. Whoops. It adds quite a bit of uniqueness. Dude, whoops, this level. Let's not slip over everything, though. Okay, this way. And we'll grab that. It's 6 beeps before the reset. Nope, I accidentally grabbed it on the way down too. Whoops. We should actually just tap it a second time to bring it back. If we were to take it a little more patiently. And then we'll continue. Because it'll load in just fine and we can actually target a jump. And target this jump as well. Now here it's going to... Oh, something broke up top. Interesting. Oh. Very nice. So it sets off this whole beat block mechanism. Missed it. Very interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll... Oh, you know what? Well, let's actually take the 10. Since it's one of the designated ones in this level. Nope. I knew I was going to be just a little bit slow there. Would have been nice if we nudged over to the left instead of the right there, but we'll do what we can. And that's it. Okay, now we have a scrolling segment. Buzzies galore. I was about to say let's ride all the buzzies, but then the 50 coin just presented itself immediately, so no need. And we'll even get a flower for our efforts here. This lovely little garden at the finish. Now all coins accounted for, so let's grab it and go. Thank you for the GGs. Let's take a look at 9-7 by Antisocial. And let's see the description here. I've seen Antisocial here and there on Gritofi's stream. It was also from Antisocial that I grabbed the kind of full collection amiibo costume demo level at the very end of Mario Maker 1. Luigi once more finds himself in a dark, haunted house. In a Strutz labyrinth fraught with demented Mecha Koopas, erratic snake blocks, and a convoluted network of pipes. As he cautiously makes his way through this mysterious mansion, Luigi can't help but wonder why this place feels so familiar. Why does it? Let's find out. I mean, it's going to be in the dark. Well, how very eerie here with the stretch booze. Down arrows. And this door, which tells you something about a 10 coin. We should actually try for it. But it might just be something to do with the snake block pattern. We'll see what we can do. I feel like it's actually going to be an object throw to get to it that we might need to throw. We might need to scout around and consider that. I mean, anything down here? No, but so it is going to be some kind of object throw potentially. Or a star. That's entirely possible too. Or a boot. I say we just play this part out and then see what happens. It's a coin collection level as well. We don't know what comes out of the blaster because we just haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I feel like this might even loop back over to the 10 coin placement then. Going to crush the mecha. Interestingly enough, it implies that the mecha is something that we can take back to previous rooms, which might be interesting. I don't think it'll break anything, but we should keep an eye out for that possibility. And then, yeah, so these highlight where the platform will be. P-switch here. Okay, so we should, if we activate a P-switch, go over to the bottom left. I see the coin. I see the P-switch. P-switch kind of implies that you want to exit through that pipe, or even through this pipe, but we will not do either of those things. What we'll do is we'll go straight left. Down here. Okay, checkpoint is out of the way, but at least we know how this is connected. I can immediately see this is probably the one that we were warned would be long, which is okay. We should see about whether this would get me up any further, but nope, bad timing there. So if it had fired to the left and had that track us a little more directly, that would have been just fine. So yeah, we've seen a 10 coin at this point, so I'm not going to wait on it. We'll just grab the 10 coin and get out of here. Like that, in fact. Do it the fancy way. There's a little speed strat for you, for anyone who wants to go for a record, I guess. And so yeah, once again, we know that with the P-switch, we will try to go bottom left. After the second coin, we really do need to keep these coins though and try to get to checkpoint. Okay, so I kind of wonder if we can cover enough distance here that we don't even need to activate the snake block, but we shouldn't mess around with that too much. Let's just go with what we know. Okay, just fire it blind. And we've done that whole loop before, so I'm not inclined to do it every time. Now, this is a single-use P-switch unless you exit this room and re-enter it, though, so... It does make me wonder what we're missing about these parts here, but... I would like to check left side first, because that seems to be the one that is theoretically harder to spot, and therefore the one that is more worth trying. Just pop that for a moment. Oh, there's a spring down there. Let's pop that first. Grab the shroom. And then use that to get a little further. I mean, if we use the cannon, we could take the spring with us this far. That is a distinct possibility that we should be aware of. That it is possible to carry the string here if we use the Mecha Koopa cannon strategically. Oh, didn't expect that. Or that. Okay, that closes off. So there is a coin in the top left though. So closing the path is probably fine. Better shut that off for a moment. Okay, that goes around. Whoops. And then we should continue left for the coin that we see up there. Oop, that's quite a lot to deal with, but that's okay. We got 30. That's accounted for. And then this loops back, but so we've already hit the flag here once, so we should check this area again just to check a thing or two. Although I guess the benefit... Oh yeah, we lost a spring, but it'll be back in its initial position if we can watch that firebar. Whoops, we didn't. Descriptive is, you dreamt about a crossover FPS platformer where you drifted through a very atmospheric multiverse. Music about how mildly annoying the intangible, unusable wing cap boxes were, so you had to unlock the Super Mario 64 cap switches. There were bloody shootouts with characters like Doomguy, and disturbing, apocalyptic, and dreamy cutscenes out of End of Evangelion, but you were largely unfazed by those sequences and just focused on platforming. Yeah, that sounds like our approach. That was vivid enough that I did have to read the whole thing. I hope you don't mind. But, you know, you shared it for a reason. Very useful to write that down before it disappears, right? Before you lose track of the dream. Okay, so after getting the checkpoint, we do need to do the third coin before looping back down. And that's okay. We know how to do that at this point. And that... Yeah, we had previously gotten the 30 coin to the left as well, so I'm satisfied by having seen it. We do need the pink coin, though. Oh. Bad idea. We've been slipping off every corner here. That's okay. We know what the path is at this point. Okay. Down. We could have landed next to Mecha as well if we really wanted to, but... let's head down instead. And complete the loop. So many coins lost. Yeah, now I wonder... again, if it's possible to take the spring up with us. And I think it is possible, but we should get that mushroom first. Because... oh. Let's just dunk some of this out of the way. As long as this doesn't completely explode in our face. We might be able to get a jump up here. And then we can abscond with the spring wherever we like. Are there mushrooms anywhere around here? I mean, there was the one that we just picked up, if that counts. So now we have an extra spring, which is nice to have. Because who knows what it can get us. E-switch is going to open this up. But I want to check this pipe first just to see what it is. Also a P-switch. Ah, okay, this is... oh! I only noticed at the very end that it drops you through the floor as well. I saw that it was open, and then... there's quite a lot there, actually. Quite a lot going on. I guess we'll explore the level a bit first, and then we'll see if we have any possibilities for taking the spring with us that would be interesting. Because I don't quite want to do that every single attempt. Although we should go down for the mushroom anyway. Let's head back down. And yeah, there's that mushroom. I feel like there was maybe another one earlier that we lost. But let's grab this first. And then try to position ourselves to escape with this. Yeah, the thing is, this positioning works well enough that if we're going down to get the mushroom, we might as well just take the spring. It's just handed to us. We should check the other pipe with the P-switch though, because that's one exit here that we haven't actually looked at yet. Just to see how that's matched. Whoops. Had to react a little bit quickly here. A bit of a higher jump to get on top of that. That's going to be a somewhat reliable positioning by the looks of it. So yeah, we found much of this path at this point. Should have just fallen into the right there, but might as well play it safe. And again, we want the mushroom, and since we want the mushroom, we'll get the spring. That will be the logic behind it. Let's see that mecha come out, shall we? There we go. Give me a jump. And another. So yeah, the other P-switch pipe is the snake block ride. The one that's not guarded by the P-switch is something else entirely. Let's go around. I just kind of wonder, like, if we hit the P-switch and then go to the other one. Let's see what happens. Nothing much, because you need a P-switch active for this area anyway. Oh, look at that. Ooh, interesting, because... oh, just barely out of reach, unfortunately. Feels like something's supposed to dunk you in this room. Oh, look at that. Key door as well. There's a block underneath? Nope. So let's say we go in here. Where does that get you? Fire flower, okay. Notice too that thematically I think each of these special worlds has matched the corresponding world numbers. Like, as in World 7 was all spooky ghost mansions and so on. Oh, okay. And so 9-7 naturally is going to be that sort of level. 10 coin, okay. That's another one. Boom Boom, give me a key, that's the important thing. Yes, he will. And probably this will drop us over to the area we saw previously, but I want to scan this area carefully first, just to make sure we know what we're dealing with. Yeah. Looks like this is the way to go. That's exactly what happens. It drops us in here, but we've seen the whole left side, except there was this additional segment that was a little further too. Let's redo this. Okay, too bad about losing the flower, but... So let's say we hit this. Oh, that's just a dead end. Oh, missed the corner. You know... Up, down, down. I wonder if we can enter this. We totally can. Oh, very nice. Seems like a pretty specific kind of secret, too. Because you would basically need the spring to get that, right? And then... So we now know where the 50 coin is in that context. We did lose the spring, but we traded it for the Spiny Hat, effectively, which means that we can't get whatever this is. So we can't get mushrooms or... Oh, yes, we can. There we go. Let's see what this is. Oh! Okay, let's go. Oh, you know what? This is something worth checking. Unless it just gives you more Spiny Hats. That's fine. More Spiny Hats is good. That's progression. So I wonder if those are just more exit pipes. But the sort of we saw earlier. I think they are probably potential resets. We should definitely do everything we did previously. So we had gotten up to 4 coins at that point, and we had the spring with us, and we traded the spring up to the Spiny Hat, which is the only way I know how to do that so far, so we'll retain that method. Because I think this is, in general, the right idea. And we will keep it. Mushroom first. Let's get out of here. And take this with us. So let's see if I can remember the whole sequence in terms of what was actually necessary to pick up. Also notice this thing here. If you have a Spiny Hat, you can just break this. That's totally something. It's totally worth checking. I'd noticed that hard block much earlier, but we didn't know at the time that this level would give us a Spiny at all, so... its relevance was as yet unknown. We'll do this side first before doing the whole snake block area. You know what? Let's do this side first. Because then we can get the fire flower, and then there's the whole... Yeah, there's a coin here, and then Boom Boom is past this point. Oh, whoops. Got caught by the stretch here. Given that we have a couple of ways to go back down to that other room, I wonder if we need Boom Boom. Yeah, we kind of do because of the P-switch getting us here in the first place. Let's take the spiny hat while we still can. Yeah, so 50 coin over there. We'll figure out how to move towards it. We'll get the spiny hat reloaded in this side. Then here we have the whole conveyor ride segment. And we might as well grab this as well. Oh, that was dangerous, but we... Oh, P-switch here, really? So, interestingly enough, that looks like a safety coin. Because this looks like the final exit. And to do that, we would need to take a P-switch here. However, we know how to do that, because there was the P-switch that was surrounded by 2 hard blocks. If we destroy one of the hard blocks, then we can grab the P-switch and bring it with us. And that's the way to do it. And I missed. That's okay. We have a lot of this level mapped out, and so we know which things we can afford to skip and what we have to do. I basically lost count of the coins that we have. I don't believe we have the 50 yet because we saw the 50's positioning in the dark room next to the spiny hat. But I can see the whole sequence at this point. We know where that coin is. There's one coin unaccounted for, which is probably from the snake block ride sequence that we still haven't completed successfully. Because that's unaccounted for, but we now know where the safety coin is after the rest of it, and we know that to get to it we need to carry a P-switch to the exit. Yeah, Descriptive is I still have to play Outer Wilds. It's been highly, highly recommended to me. And to me specifically, in terms of people thinking it's a great fit, and I agree from the very little I've heard about the game, but I was originally going to pick it up on Switch since I'm streaming it here, but I wanted to make sure that it was okay performance-wise. I'm not really set up to stream off PC right now, or it would no doubt look much better. But, I mean, it's the puzzles that are the point, right? Or the kind of world structure to it. I always like games with puzzle structures and knowledge checks, and so... And there aren't that many people who build really large-scale navigational puzzles in Maker 2. It seemed to be more common in Maker 1 for various reasons, but I always appreciate it when these show up because, you know, so many puzzle people move to tighter formats like one screen. And so, yeah, so this is the spot we were talking about. When you get a spiny hat, you come back here and you knock this out on either side. And when we do so, we should also check this room here. But for the moment, I'm going to continue. No, whoops. Groundhog Day through countless deaths until he knows every detail and solution that the future holds. Yeah. Pretty much. What were we just talking about Majora's Mask earlier this stream? Oh, yeah, it was in relation to the gravity level. That kind of reminded me of Stone Tower. With how the hard block crates actually moved up and down with the gravity. You know what? The game doesn't have a time loop mechanic and actually strongly reminded me of the structure of Majora's Mask. Descriptive is because this has come up in discussion with you before, I think, is actually Hitman. Because the new Hitman trilogy, World of Assassination, the first time I played it, and I, of course, absolutely fell in love with it, the thing that struck me about it was that so much of it is about learning what the NPC patterns are, and learning where everybody goes and, you know, what their various appointments are and how you fit into that whole network. That it kind of felt like it was the natural evolution of Majora's Mask. And yeah, you should absolutely make time for it. It's a game that, you know, I know you watch it already, but to actually play through it, and specifically to play through it unguided and really find your own solutions for things, is just a remarkable experience. And it doesn't fit on your Steam Deck. Yeah, that's too bad. It's pretty big at this point, once you load into content. I don't really even know what the standard storage configurations for the Steam Deck are, to be honest, but I would imagine that would struggle. Okay, so we didn't hit the P-switch to get this store for the Boom Boom coin yet, but... And we know that this area is the safety coin zone, which means we shouldn't bother with it yet, although maybe one of the other pipes would return me back to the beginning. Oh, we forgot to get the shell for the fire flower. That's okay. That's okay. It sends me back, then we hit the P-switch, and then we go. I wonder where all the other pipes would have led, actually, because maybe that's a bit of a teleportation room that might be more flexible than we think. Like a hub for everything else. We'll grab that. We need to exit via Boom Boom. And, okay, let's... Oh yeah, no, this was just a P-switch reset room. There's nothing here. Although it's possible to jump through that room from below, interestingly enough, and exit from somewhere else that we haven't seen yet. So it is an exit room from somewhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to enter one of the other pipes here to see if it teleports you to a different place entirely. Instead of assuming they all go to the same place. No, it just dumps you here. Okay. So we should be taking the first one. However, let's grab the fire flower while we're at it. Yeah, the first deck model is 64 gigs. Yeah, like game storage just from audio alone has become pretty bloated past that requirement. Okay, so at this point, we need to head back. Again, the thing that we have not accounted for is here. I lost the hat. That's okay, we unlocked the hat pipe for a reason. We can go back to it. It's not hard to go back to it, we just grab another one. And then we just take the first pipe out. Yeah, I mean, that's what the SD card slot is for, I guess. I have to prepare for Switch 2 and get a new SD card next time I see one on sale. I mean, probably I'll just bring over mine from Switch 1, but the thing is, it'll... Whoops. Fill up by the time I get to Switch 2. Wow, we lost a ton of progress there. Just from spilling off the edge. Whoops. That's okay, we know the intended path at this point. We might try to practice the snake block ride area early, just because we don't want things to go very badly after everything else has been done, but if we're taking the spring out of this area, it still makes sense to get the spiny hat first. So... yeah, the only thing, of course, is that we got out of the checkpoint so early, like at 2 coins. I mean, I don't know if it's possible to do it much later, but... let's not take too much damage on the way over. We don't need to pee, we just need to head over here. And again, I have to not forget that there is a hard block slot in the ceiling in that room, which is, I think, likely to path to the 50 coin. I really think that is high probability. You went to a Chinese New Year party and everyone wore their shoes inside the house. That seems inauthentic. Okay. Oh, P-switch here would be the Boom Boom Room. We should go back for that later because it's easy to do and we'll be doing it on the way out. We should prioritize the... whoop, hang on. Snake block room first, because... yeah, that will be a better order for doing things. Okay, so let's not spill off the edge right here. Let's break either one, so we have the P-switch available, but we'll need to do that P-switch room first, regardless. Oh, no, lost it. Okay, have to go back for it now. Or we can just practice this now. I'd rather practice this now, since we're here. And if we get the coin, then we bypass a couple of things. Although I guess having the spiny hat here would be more helpful, because then you can use it for shielding. Whoops. We're just having that extra point of damage. Yeah, we're just going to die here anyway, so... that definitely needs some practice. And I think it's actually this sequence that will take you to the reset room that was by the bottom left corner with the P-switch bridge. So, apart from not doing that part successfully, which we really should have done ahead of taking checkpoint over here, we have pretty much mapped out the level. I don't see the 50 coin yet, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be in that one slot that we were talking about. That was the hard block on the ceiling, because that honestly seems rather obvious to me. So let's... oh, let's also check here, just in the starting area, to see if there was anything else that was actually doable. We never really looked at any of this stuff, including that door in the top right, so... we never looked at this at all. So yeah, it's just a 10 coin room. That's okay, we'll just grab it like this. We don't need to do the whole loop. But there might be a power up here, so... yeah. And normally you just reach 10 coin that way. So okay, all coins are accounted for at this point apart from the 50, and we're pretty sure we know where the 50 is, so... that, I think, will be all accounted for. So we can try for this now. But no, when I'm holding this, I can't really duck. We have much less flexibility. So I'd rather try to get a spiny hat first. And have that extra layer of protection. And we'll drop the spring at this point. We won't need it as badly as we need the spiny hat, so... let's open up this thing. And after being able to progress here, let's go back. Again, we'll save the Boom Boom Room for later, since the biggest risk factor right now is going to be the Snake Block Ride. But before we do that, we're going to check for the coin, which was what I wanted to do here previously anyway, which was why we accidentally took damage in this spot. Oh, except we need the spring for this. So we do in fact need to go back to the spring now that we have the spiny hat. So let's break this open first, just so we have a P-switch ready so we don't have to speed through this. And we'll get spring plus spiny hat, which is one thing that we had not done previously. And we'll just try not to take too much damage, although we now have a location to get more spiny hats as we go, so let's just let this fire this up here. So yeah, we do need to still do the Snake Block Ride correctly. That's the main risk factor at this point, especially because it's such a big reset checkpoint-wise that we don't get it. I really think this is going to be the 50 coin. It is, as expected. So now we're going to do the Snake Block Ride and presumably get the one coin that is unaccounted for. I should actually drop the spring somewhere because I need the possibility of ducking. Oh, hang on. Oh, we can just stand up straight for this and... okay. That is just fine, in fact. And we're out of here. Very easily, in fact. And we'll get a spiny hat right after this P-switch, so that's nice and smooth. We'll even finish with a spring here. At this point... oh, we do need to hit a P-switch to get down to that lower door, because we forgot to do Boom Boom's room. So let's do that, quickly. And hopefully not die in this area, because that would be a real shame. And of course we need to not die to all the fast conveyor belts. You can tell why this is an invisible block, because otherwise it would be breakable. Oops. Okay, so Boom Boom. And it's just a safety coin, and we need to hold P-switch. We don't want to hold spring. We need to hold P-switch into the final room. Which means we need to go back to grab the P-switch. And that should be the big finish. As long as we don't die to the platforming itself, that should be the clear. Depending on what lies beyond the key door, of course. But the main risk factor at this point is just falling off the conveyor belts, so let's just be relatively careful about that. And also, was there anything else to hit in the ceiling up here? No, there isn't. There is some fire that's going to come over here. But we're going to get through that somewhat accurately. Grab the safety coin and go. Checkpoint 2, finally. Which means there is more. Okay, boo wall. Oh, missed. Otherwise we could have spiked him with the spiny hat. Very nice little Roy fight here. We'll get him. Looks like it's tracked by a mole or something down below. Oh, missed. Yeah, too bad we just missed that jump with the spiny hat at the very beginning of this. And you get locked down here, that's fine. 70 seconds, we should be fine. And there's a stretch boot here, and there's nothing else to hit here, so I don't think we actually needed any of our power-ups at the very end, apart from safety. Again, would have been more fun to just hit Roy from underneath with a spiny hat, but missing one jump made all the difference, so Vexing Pipes is complete. So, yeah. I like how logically the structure of the map came together, that, you know, once you see its constituent parts, it's pretty easy to reason your way to the path. 2 more levels to go. So that must be the long one that we were warned about. And it honestly didn't take that long compared to some of the other things we've seen. So we will try to finish the remaining 2. Beginning with Ludwig's Life Force. In a rage over his previous defeat, Ludwig unleashes all of his magic, trapping Mario in a gravity-free dimension where Ludwig holds all the power. Here, taking down Mario should be like shooting fish in a barrel, but if Mario can learn to swim like a frog and find peace in the chaos, he can overcome this trial and trap Ludwig in a cage of his own making. I'm just looking over the map and on the website, and the not the map rather, but the level cards, and it does kind of seem like each of the special levels does match one of the originating worlds, at least from 1 through 8. And then 9-9, of course, will be its own thing as the grand finale, but we'll get to that. At the moment, let's take a look at Ludwig's Life Force. Makes sense for the last one to be an airship, actually, because of the way that it's the airship to end all airships. But we'll have a castle level here first, and a swimming one, indeed. Auto scroll here, so we should look out for the secrets, but maybe it's a sign that the coin hunt shouldn't be too non-linear. Okay, let's not get hit by every spiny volley and just keep track of whether it's going orthogonal or diagonal. Since everything is timed with auto scroll, we know that the timings will be reliable, so we just need to circle around and it's just going to be 4 coins. So we picked up 110 so far, 110 coin. And there's a second one in this corner that we'll go for once the lava level goes down, and that's going to be 2 10 coins obtained. Good. Now let's move on. We'll get a shroom and get out. 30 there. Oh, I feel like we just missed it, but well, no, hang on. Let's redo it. We can redo this as much as we like. Oh, there's a frog here. That's a progressive frog. Yeah, no, I guess you would pretty much need a frog then. You're not getting this with a frog. I think we need to start over. Yeah, so you would need to keep the first mushroom. And then if you keep it, then you get a frog. We'll skip the 2 10 coins here because we've obtained them before. Yeah, at least we won't push ourselves to get that because, you know, fire bars and the like will be a problem. But yeah, it seems like that's the very clear progression here. I'm glad we checked that pipe to see that it was a progressive frog in that location. So we just need to survive the first segment with the mushroom, which shouldn't be too bad, despite all appearances from the way that I've been playing. Okay. Cutting it a little bit close all around here, but we got it. And yeah, we're a bit of a tall target right now, but we'll get in, and then once you get the frog in this area, then you go for the 30 coin. You can't get the 30 coin with a frog. I don't think it's really likely. And then, oh, unfortunately we lost it, so let's hopefully not require it for anything else that soon. But we'll keep an eye out, given that we have 2 10s accounted for so far and 130. So we're lacking 110 and a 50. I would assume that the 50 might require something like the frog in some fashion, but we'll see if there's another chance to get one. Here's the 10. Oh, we missed it. I think that might be the only opportunity for it. It is the only opportunity for it. That's okay. We'll try it again from checkpoints, just with the mushroom. So yeah, 30 we picked up. We know how to do it. We're just back into the same state that we were in earlier, except now we've been zapped again. And, oh, nope, I was trying to swim out of that and we were too slow. We'll just keep going here. Whoa, tight fit. No, we should stay above. What did I say about staying above? There we are. These locations even give you a place in the background that seems to be recommended for safety purposes, and we're still going to get caught by everything here. Okay, yeah, not gonna bother about the 10 at the moment. And we'll just... Oh, wait, no, that is the 10 that we do need to bother about because it's the one that I hadn't obtained yet. Because we're past checkpoint. Yeah, no, we do want to try to grab that 10. Okay, let's keep going. Where was that 10? Did we miss it already, or was that in the next... Oh yeah, it's in the next area. Yeah, we got it. Don't need a frog for it either. We can just go right ahead and get totally trapped. Maybe pushed ahead a bit too aggressively there without realizing what we were getting into. So only the 50 remains to be accounted for. We have everything else. Or have seen and collected everything else. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so we want to just swim right across. Just need to reposition the moment, lead the target, lead the shot rather, and not get zapped by too many things down here. That was a bit claustrophobic. Let's grab this. I feel like we should exit out one of those pipes, but that's... If we come over here, look at this track. I feel like it's going to send a 50 up at us. Surely it will. Surely it will. What is this? There we go. Thought so. It looked very likely. We just needed to wait for the moment. Anyway, this is just a dodging segment. We stay well out of the way. I wonder if it's just a survival timer. Yeah, there's just a cloud, and then we enter. And that's the axe, and then that's it. Very nice. That 50 coin on the track in the lava, spotted it immediately because I've actually built the exact same kind of bonus coin in a lava level before years ago. Exact same idea. So I saw that and thought, okay, no, that's exactly where that's going. Great minds think alike, but sometimes we pick up on some things that these makers are doing too. So, one last level. -9 Treacherous Tanks. Bowser has grown tired of playing games. He has unleashed a fleet of tanks upon Discordia, and they are crushing the citizenry under their treads as they roll on towards the capital from 4 directions. It will take decisive action from Mario, Luigi, Toad, and Toadette to enter each of the main tanks and destroy them from the inside before they end life in Discordia as we know it. Let's see this. 3-minute record on this. Not that many clears yet. This by Gorbin, also known as Ephraim. Let's grab this to start. I don't know if we'll need the bomb for anything. I kind of want to take one through with us just in case, but I don't think we'll leave this room with it in time. But we should keep that in mind in case there is something to break with a bomb early on. Here's a 10 before we get crushed. And so we'll get out from all these tanks. It seems like we should be able to dunk Bowser out of this. Dunk Junior out of this, rather. Although, given the nature of the auto-scroll here, that might not really give us too much to work with. Okay, get rid of the wrench. Oh, roll them over here. He's gonna get well out of the way at least. And then we'll go for this question block right here. Scanning around for secret potential, but not much that we can see so far. 10 coin. I got a little zapped on the way out, unfortunately. Boom boom, just firing at us from over here. Yeah, I love the use of the tracks down below to create the effect of everybody rolling on a road. Come on. This is a coin, so... Oh, we missed the opportunity to do it then. Because we basically needed to lead a bullet over here. I wonder if we can re-enter. Because if we can grab a bomb and re-enter this pipe, then that would be how we can do it. But I don't think we can dislodge this bomb, that's the only thing. And if we go down here, we can't really come back up. So I think we might have missed it, which means we should. Let's see. Unless there's something that we can pop from here, like a bomb that's in one of these. Worth checking, I guess. Nope, doesn't look like it. We might have to start over in order to grab this one. But apart from leading a red bullet, I don't know how we would do it necessarily, because unless we see it coming early enough that we can hot potato a bomb over there. Yeah, Junior is not too difficult to hijack. I say that as I repeatedly fail to hijack him this attempt. But yeah, it simplifies things considerably to get rid of him, so we will try to do that every time. Yeah, I mean, Mario always throws his body away for science. That's just how things work around here. Oop. Just lost track of my position off screen there. And yeah, once you dunk Bowser Jr. out of the way, he gets off screen pretty quickly. I just want to see how we can break that bomb past checkpoint. I feel like it does need to be maybe fire igniting the bomb remotely. Oh, actually, if you just leave Junior alive the whole way instead of bopping him, then he could light up the bomb. Right? Because Junior's fire does go through walls. And so if you light up the bomb, leaving Junior alive through the whole sequence, then you don't need to fuss around with trying to bomb the bomb or anything like that. You just have to do this the hard way by not doing the obvious thing that everybody would usually try, which is grabbing the cloud right away and simplifying things. We should try to grab more power-ups if we can, though. Just to stay alive. Not for long. Then over here. We got that 10 previously, let's just give it think I'm right that this is clearly the intended method. You land with the bomb, and then you can take out Junior all you like. Oh, except he's going to intercept me. I didn't think about dunking him in a more convenient location. Or just leaving him alive, to be honest. Let's redo it. Yeah, we'll tap this, and then continue this way. Yes, we got this 10, we got the other 10 that was sort of in the lower part of the road, tucked in near the end. We'll leave Junior alive for the rest of this, and we'll see what else we can do. There's just a whole lot of dodging. Fireflower, that's okay, we'll pick it up, and the hit we took will be meaningless. Oh, that's okay. Still in good shape. Oh, not in good shape. But that's fine, we just need to make it to the flag, and we'll grab the mushroom off the flag as our line of defense. Oh, nope. At this point, we just need to light the bomb. So we just need to light the bomb. Come on, let's go. Make some fire here. Okay, that angle should be fine. Nope. Yes. Okay. And we drop Junior over here, so he's way out of the way, and that's the 50 fine. Great. The big one. As we would have expected. I mean, that's basically playing a whole different level in a way to leave Junior alive for that long. Okay, didn't expect to hit that one. But we'll definitely grab more power-ups as we go. Oh. 10 coin down here, we'll grab that. I want to blow that up before seeing what it is. That seemed awfully risky, but we got it. Let's be careful here. With the blaster pattern. We have a door on this side and a door on that side. Right, because there are 4 tanks that we need to hit, right? So we need to not die to that. Then we'll start at checkpoint and we'll work our way there. After all that careful dodging, too. Anyway, we know this is a mushroom, so we should grab it. One up to the left, but we saw that. Oh. Just be careful here. And yeah, so we saw that 10 down below, so all 10s are accounted for. We haven't seen all the 30s yet. Or rather, we have to see a 30 still. Because we have 10, 10, 10, 50 right now. So, let's see this one first. It looks like a branching path. We were told about 4 different tanks or something like that. But now I wonder if we missed something, given that we hit checkpoint here. Well, if we respawn a checkpoint, we'll go through that door and check the other door. Oh, Bowser already, okay. It looks like we just need to send bombs over to the right side. Once we kick them over to the right side, then yeah, we'll try to delay them. And then there's a key door under him. Yeah, that's fine. That's already been lit up, so we don't want to take it. We just want to take the bombs that are fresh and unignited. And we should be able to just sneak under and continue. This is the 30 coin room, in fact, so yeah, that's fine then. As long as we know how to get out of here afterwards, which is uncertain. But then, yeah, that accounts for 30, but then we don't have a key off of it because we need to drop bombs on Bowser, essentially. So yeah, we actually just took the optional path. When the real intention here is to drop bombs on the conveyor belt next to him. Let's not take the ones that have been ignited. Let's not die to being stun locked either, but that's okay. We will check the first door before him because we don't know what that is. Just given that I hadn't even looked at it, assuming that we can get back there safely. I thought that it may be some kind of non-linear branch, but yeah, a bit difficult to get out of here, that's the only thing. So, okay, before that blows up, we'll get over here and hit this door just to see what it is. Interesting, that seems like it's really a whole lot of nothing, except power up? 1 up, okay. That's fine. Well, now we know. We've checked it. And the descriptive is you're running off for Bellagio? Yeah, you have fun with that as well. Okay, so once again, we've seen the 30 coin path, so let's just do the standard path now and chuck bombs at Bowser all day. Once we back to him. So all coins are accounted for. Once we take out Bowser with the fight here, I think maybe very close to just finishing. Except we need to drop these a lot faster. Bombs against Big Bowser, I think it's 7 hits, right? Or I'm trying to remember. Might be 14. No, it's bombs. I'm trying to remember because like there's I think 40 points of HP on Big Bowser. I'm trying to remember if bombs are times 7 or times 3. I think they're times 7. So then you would still need 7 hits. Or 6 hits. I don't remember, actually. We're just making things up. One hit. We used to know this kind of thing cold. I don't anymore. And actually, when the bombs are just hitting him as an object, that's actually going to be a lot of hits, I think. Because as an object hit rather than as a bomb detonation, I think that does different amounts of damage. But I don't quite recall. And of course, the cannonballs block bombs like crazy. Which is something else you have to account for. The problem with the cannonballs isn't even that you have to damage Mario, it's more that you can't get past them when you're trying to throw. Okay, once you get a pattern going, the camera can be a little bit weird, just because the bombs might get a bit low. Let's not die to the bomb. It would be fun to take a bomb through here with you in case you need it in the next room, but we have, once again, all the secrets accounted for. That's just to finish. Fairly relaxed one after the huge multi-phase Bowser fight that we saw in World 8, but we'll take it as a little bit of a denouement. And we found everything, so that is it for Super Discord Brothers 6. I'm going to link it in the chat one more time for anybody who wants to grab the code and the website, because once again, it took us 4 streams to play through all of this. We did not get 100% absolutely, and we will, I think, at some point want to go back to 5-4 especially to see if we can do the key hunt. That was the most prominent secret that I know we missed. We missed maybe some other small things because in the early worlds I wasn't tracking the coins accurately and paying attention. In the more recent ones, I think once we started really counting 10, 10, 10, 30, 50, we actually did start to sweep everything. But I didn't really keep track closely early on, although we were very thorough in Worlds 1 and 2 and about finding all the secret rooms and all that. So, but among the things we definitely know we missed, it was the 5-4 key, and maybe 1 or 2 other things besides, like maybe some small ones here and there. But I'm glad we really took our time with this, because these levels, I mean, you know, they're built to be high clear rate, traditional, easygoing, but the real meat and potatoes of this entire set is just how much there is when it comes to exploration. And hopefully we did that justice. Hopefully we showed the makers a good time, and many of them did manage to drop by to take a look. So much appreciation to all of the people involved in this project, whether they are watching on delay on the VOD or managed to catch their own levels as they happened. And once again, yeah, special thanks to Gritafi as lead coordinator of this for kind of keeping us up to date with its release. And we had been sort of aware of this for some time going into this, just because of the number of makers that I do already keep up with on the list here, who we had seen put up the uploads for testing over the course of the year. And we'd seen a few advanced copies ourselves, including of Red Room Reservoir over here, for instance. But to see this all come together as a coherent final project, I think, has really made this feel like a complete send-off to Maker 2, if this is the last one that gets together for Maker 2, as might be the case, depending on how soon we get Maker 3 on the Switch 2, sometime within the next few years. So, really glad to see so many makers come out of the woodwork after long absences as well. And I think as a complete package, this is very easy to recommend for people who want traditional difficulty and mechanics, but still want to see a lot of Mario Maker at its most elaborate and inventive, particularly as we went along. So lots of individual highlights here, a lot of levels that I think are some of the best that I've seen from the specific makers, if I knew their work well already. And so, yeah, I'm very happy to have finished this, and good night or good morning to everybody who has been watching and following along. We will send you folks off to a raid shortly to pass on the wonderful favor we received earlier today from Altia Games, who brought in such a substantial audience from her own broadcast. So we'll scan around for somebody appropriate and likely of interest to the people watching Maker here today. And until then, that's all for me. For now, we'll be off Maker for a little bit to finish up Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which we've been kind of dragging on but very much enjoying in other recent streams. But then Maker will, of course, continue to return on a fairly regular basis, including with more community projects like this one. Until then, enjoy our next destination, whatever that may turn out to be. Enjoy everything that you may be playing or making as the week progresses for you. And above all, as always, fare thee well.